Hello, everybody. For everybody on YouTube, I apologize. You did not have audio for the last 50 seconds. That would be my bad. That's my fault. I'm actually the one who turned the audio off last night when I was screen recording a video. So I'm just going to quickly repeat everything that I just said. For those watching over on TikTok, you're going to be hearing this double. You're going to be hearing it again. My apologies. But welcome into the 332nd episode of the Dean Withers Show. If you've never been here before, we debate Trump supporters to try to change their minds. Yesterday, we were able to successfully change a few, and having these conversations, which I just think is great. And of course, the reason why we do this is because Trump is the worst president of your life, my life, and the lives of all the viewers, is in the runs for the worst president of all time. But of course, we go through why every single day, and you are bound to hear my reasoning. Now, we also like to go through the breaking news. Now, today's breaking news is that there has started a stir-up within the Christian voting base here at home in America because the Pope rejected Trump, the Pope of the Catholic Church. So Donald Trump invited the Pope to join his quote-unquote peace board. Okay, and keep in mind, if there was ever a chance for the establishment of a peace board that had a little bit of a reputation behind it as wanting peace, the Pope would probably be interested, right? But the Pope said, fuck no, I'm not going to join your peace board because I don't think it's a peace board. More specifically, the reasoning that the Pope gave, Pope Leo XIV, is that it looks like Donald Trump is trying to create this new quote-unquote peace board dictated by the U.S., in an attempt to replace the UN. And he has his hope in the UN, not in Donald Trump's peace board, which is great. And I wonder how this is going to reflect on the more right-leaning conservative Christian base here at home in America, who are disproportionately Catholic, because now their leader, is telling them all that, hey, guess what? Donald Trump's peace board is a bunch of bullshit, kind of leave it alone. So that's going to be very interesting. I'm sure that will come up today in multiple conversations. Then one other thing that I did want to call out here before we hop into the debates is that I'm sick. Literally. I'm literally sick, and I've been dealing with a really bad runny nose all day long. I've actually been ready to start this live since around 11:30 p.m. my time, but I sat for an hour in this chair with these lights on, just waiting to hit the go live button in hopes that my nose would stop running because of some various medication I took. But the nose didn't stop running, so there's going to be multiple times throughout the stream today, kind of like here in a moment, where I'm going to unplug my mic and lean off screen to blow my nose, and I'd like to apologize in advance for that, as it's definitely not too, pleasurable for a viewing experience. But anyways, we already have the very first Trump supporter of the day loaded up and tuned into the live. Go ahead and take it away, Sawyer. The mic and the floor are yours. Tell us how the hell you still support Trump as president while I take a moment to blow my nose. Go ahead. Bro, I need to blow my nose. Where the hell are you at? There you are. Okay, tell us how the hell you still support Trump.
Well, he did make it so corporations can't buy single-family homes, and no tax on tips, no tax on overtime.
Okay, about your first claim that he made it so corporations can't buy single-family homes, that's actually policy that Kamala Harris ran on. And I haven't seen Donald Trump do it yet. I think I've heard similar sentiments echoed by the Trump administration because they recognize that what Kamala Harris wanted to do for America was great. But just to clarify, through what policy did they restrict corporations from buying single-family homes? I'm curious.
What? Can you repeat that?
Yeah, through what policy did the Trump administration restrict corporations from buying single-family homes?
I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what it was. My friend.
And how do you know that they restricted corporations from buying single-family homes?
My friend, who doesn't even like Trump, he told me about it, and I mean.
Okay, so you're just saying that you think your friend was right.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I definitely recommend when we're having these conversations in an attempt to hopefully debate, that you don't just rely on the word of one of your friends insofar as attempting to justify a point that you're, attempting to use insofar as demonstrating the efficacy of the Trump administration. Thank you. So if you don't have any proof for that, I guess let's just move on to the next reason. So the next reason you gave me insofar as why you support Trump is because of no tax on tips?
Yeah, in the big beautiful bill.
Yeah, it really does sound like you would have enjoyed a Kamala Harris presidency because that's actually policy that she ran on too. The issue with the no
Okay,
tax on
just
tips
because.
under the Trump administration is that it expires after 2 years. In fact, next year, no tax on tips is going to go away. Meanwhile, what Kamala Harris ran on, it was never going to go away. And, that no tax on tips was only a deduction up to around $20,000 per year. And once again, it was inside of the big beautiful bill, which is one of the worst pieces of legislation we've seen in modern American history, costing us $5 trillion, the most expensive bill ever. Literally, I'm not making that up. Plus, it took healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans, food stamps away from 3 million low-income Americans, and reduces the purchasing power of over half of this country. So clearly, it's not a policy that you should support.
Okay. Also, I don't like how he's basically ran by Israel. I mean, our whole government is basically so.
Actually, no. Our whole government is not ran by Israel. I'd say that there's a handful of people in the mix there that have not taken money from AI PAC, okay, despise billionaires and want to separate us from the control of the state. But I do agree that there's a lot of people on the left and the right that are controlled by Israel to an extent because of PAC funding. This is really why I like new voices like Talarico, who I'm not really clear on his position in Israel, but he hasn't taken a dollar from a PAC, thinks that we should restrict lobbyists, thinks that we should restrict PACs, thinks that we should restrict dark money, and that the issue here isn't trans people or undocumented immigrants, but rather the billionaires like Trump. So, I mean, hey, there's something to consider there. But, I mean, once again, if you're telling me now that you don't really like the fact that he's super pro-Israel, well, I mean, he was more pro-Israel than Kamala Harris. He said so himself. So, in fact, he described himself as the most pro-Israel president that we've ever had. So this is even more reason to not support him as president. So I'd say that the argument that you've given so far is quite lacking.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on the shooting in Rhode Island?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we saw a deranged, sick person, kill their family and shoot other people too. What about it? I mean, we have an epidemic of gun violence in this country, and that epidemic is only going to end when our legislators, disproportionately the GOP and people like Trump, recognize that we need to implement common sense gun reform instead of howling to the moon and back about how important the Second Amendment is to us while contradicting themselves in the same breath when they turn around and attempt to restrict the Second Amendment or abolish the Constitution as a whole per Donald Trump's call for the termination of the Constitution as a whole in December of 2022.
Do you notice the what's the word? You notice how most shootings are usually trans people.
Do you notice how that's just a complete fucking bullshit made up lie? In fact, according to the FBI in the last 7 years, there has been 5,400 mass shootings. Guess how many of them were perpetuated by trans people?
Okay, how many? Because most of
Five.
what I've seen is
Five of the
okay. There's a ton. I've
5,400. Okay, 0.9%.
Okay,
0.9% of
okay.
mass shootings in the last 7 years have been at the hand of a trans person, which is actually underrepresentative to their overall representation within the populace, which is about 1.2%. Now what? So you like to point out that this person was trans, which they were. They were trans. That is true. Why don't you talk about the fact that they were MAGA? Why don't you talk about the fact that they were a proud Donald Trump supporter? Why don't you talk about the fact that they were a proud neo-Nazi? Why don't you talk about the fact that they had an SS tattoo on their arm? Why don't you talk about the fact that they loved Nick Fuentes, loved Alex Jones, loved Trump? It's like you want to use aspects of their identity that is relevant to your narrative in an attempt to just construct transphobia out of thin air. But when we are looking at these other aspects of their identity, such as, MAGA, Nazi, all right, you just completely ignore it. Why is that?
Well, because I didn't know anything. I didn't know that about them.
Right, because you probably heard merely that they were trans from somebody else who was perpetuating and parodying the same false narrative. Yeah, I get it.
I mean, that's just what I saw. I don't know.
Right. So what is Donald Trump going to do about mass shootings? What is he going to do? Tell us.
Well, what do you think he should do? What do you...
You're dodging my question. We have an epidemic of gun violence in this country. Last year in 2025, we had more than one mass shooting per day. What is he going to do?
I don't know.
Nothing. Yeah, right. And honestly, I think it's just a continuation of a trend that we've seen because he has this proclivity to protect very violent offenders, very violent people. I mean, his DOJ has broke the law millions of times, redacting the names of co-conspirators within the Epstein files. He's in the Epstein files himself, and I mean, it makes sense because he himself is a excuse me, violent criminal with 34 felony convictions and a civil court that held him liable for rape. So,
All right. All right. You beat me, I guess.
okay, but I just want to clarify, you don't really have any reason to support Trump. Like you gave like really two very lackluster like reasons why you support Trump. I, gave you a reason why you were wrong on both fronts and then you just kind of ignored them and asked me about trans people. So, I mean, once again, like why do you support Trump? Like it doesn't really seem like you have any compelling reason whatsoever. I'm not going to blow my nose again.
I mean, I'm really getting swayed because I'm not fully in support. I mainly just said yes, so I would stay in the live. I don't like most of the people there with Trump. I
Okay,
don't
well, I mean,
like guys,
hopefully
so
hopefully as you watch this live stream we are able to sway and change your mind, and guys, I tried to look at his account to find his A3 post. Sometimes TikTok will glitch out and it won't show me the guests accounts when I click, so I couldn't see it. But let's go to move on to the next guest at this point in time. Once again, for everybody who's tuning into that live stream, appreciate y'all for being here. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. I'm going to go to repeat what I said at the beginning of the live stream, guys. I'm really sick today. I do not feel good. I've had a runny nose for hours now. In fact, I've just been sitting here for the last hour and 16 minutes waiting to go live. And it like hoping that the medication I took would make my runny nose go down, but it didn't, and here I am. I am likely going to be leaning off to the side of the screen, unplugging my mic just to blow my nose multiple times throughout the stream, so I do apologize in advance.
I love you, Dino. I love you, Dino. I love you,
Dino.
Dino.
I do appreciate you for your kindness, but today we are only looking for Trump supporters. Please do mind the rules of the live stream and only hop inside of that queue of your MAGA. Hey, over on YouTube Super Chat, thank you for the $10. John, who says, sorry you are sick, buy some Mucinex with extra strength 12 hour with a real Sudafed. It's behind the pharmacy counter that will dry up your nose. Hope you feel better soon. Oh man, I need some of that, John. Thank you for the call out. In fact, I'm literally going to screenshot that. Boom. Welcome into Sport Trump. All right, they're simply not here. Don't know why the hell you're, in the queue if you're not here. But let's go to move on to the next guest, y'all. Follow our rules or get banned. It's very simple, guys. It's very, very simple. Either you're MAGA and you debate, or you're not MAGA and you're banned if you happen to be inside that queue. Welcome in. Do you support Trump as president?
I just wanted to say I did until I started watching you and Parker's live, so thank you so much. And yes, I'm 21.
Oh yeah, that's awesome. I'm really happy. Thank you so much for sharing that with me. I love to hear that. That's why we do what we do. We do what we do to try to change the minds of the most possible. So I appreciate you for sharing that with us. Hell yeah. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
18,
What year were you born in?
2007.
What time is it?
What do you mean?
What time is it?
10 a.m. I'm in PM.
Yeah. Well, it's not 10 a.m. anywhere in America, and it's also not 10 p.m. anywhere in America. So let's go to move on to the next guest. We got Ava loaded up into the box. Here we go. Let me know how your day's been so far. Down below in the comment section. What's up, Jim? What's going on, Dre? What's up, Kitty? Welcome in, y'all. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
And how old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
Why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because of his strong economy pre-COVID, such as low employment, lows, Black and Hispanic Americans, his American First policies, such as he's big on nationalism. He renegotiated NAFTA into the USMCA, which helped too with farmers.
So the USMCA is good?
Yeah, I agree that it is.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
To continue on the pre-COVID, in late January, to be specific, 2020, the administration restricted entry from China, which would later apply to parts of Europe. And this is crucially important because vaccines back in the days have never been released this fast before. such as companies like Pfizer and BioNTech and Moderna in late December.
Okay, so you're reading off of an AI script. Can I tell you how I know that?
How?
Pfizer. It's pronounced Pfizer.
Sorry.
Well, I think just the reason why I say that, and that tells us all that, you asked, like, ChatGPT, what's the best argument for Trump being a good president? Because you're not familiar with the company Pfizer, yet you're apparently giving me an argument that company Pfizer did something really bad with the COVID vaccine. Yeah, and you think it's called Pfizer. But anyways, just in an attempt to refute your points, I don't mind. So you hinged very strongly on attempting to parade around the economy that we experienced under Trump before the pandemic in his first term. And I agree it was all right. I don't think he caused it to be all right. I think that was just simply a continuation of the macroeconomic trends we saw from the Obama presidency. So once again, all roads lead back to thanking Obama, right? But once again, even if you were right and that was Trump and he did great for the economy then, well, okay, then you should have supported him then, but you shouldn't support him now because now the economy is going to hell under him. Last year, we had the worst job report since 2003 if we ignore recessions. We had the most manufacturing bankruptcies since 2009 during the Great Recession. January of this year, single worst monthly job report since 2008 for any January ever. Highest level of unemployment since the pandemic. 1.3 million layoffs. Declining GDP growth. Declining growth in real median wages. Declining investment in American manufacturers. The Americans are reporting the lowest level of stability and confidence in their future economic prospects since the Great Recession in 2008. So obviously things aren't doing too well now. So you wouldn't support him now.
But also nowadays, USMCA, it helps to protect American manufacturing.
Right, bringing up the USMCA. That's the trade deal that Trump wants to kill.
But didn't Trump argue that it delivered a major campaign promise?
Yeah, which demonstrates his incoherence, which is another reason to not support him.
Do you believe that Trump is like almost like Theodore Roosevelt?
I don't know why you're asking me about Theo. Respond to what I just said. You didn't respond to a single point that I brought up about the economy being in ruin. You pivoted to the USMCA. Then I brought up, yeah, the USMCA actually wasn't bad, but Trump thinks it's terrible. He wants to get rid of it and renegotiate it, and that's why he's been imposing tariffs on Mexico and Canada for the last year and a month with no rhyme or reason whatsoever, then repealing them the next day, then reimposing them the next day. I mean, now, as of 5 months ago, all negotiation has been put on halt for the USMCA, but he's still railing on it, saying it's terrible, when he's the one that signed it into law and paraded it. Once again, just, as I said already, demonstrating his incoherence. Big reason why you shouldn't support him.
Wait, I never actually knew that. That's crazy.
Right, it is. Well, it's not too crazy to me. It's actually probably among the least notable instances of his incompetence. I think a better instance of his incompetence is when he went on Truth Social and reposted an article saying that Biden was killed in 2021, then later replaced with a robotic clone. Yeah, that's our president. Our president is saying that the last president was killed and replaced with a robotic clone.
Yeah, when you're talking about things that are happening in today's terms, one thing is the Epstein files, which I see that you bring up a lot in your debates, and I understand that he has brought up 38,000.
Sorry, God just smited your mic. Go ahead and restart that sentence from the top, please.
When you're talking about the Epstein files throughout these debates, you constantly say how his name is brought up 38,000 times throughout these Epstein files. There's video camera like footage of him being with these prostitutes. But on the other hand, there are like he hasn't been convicted of anything.
You know who else hasn't been convicted of anything in the Epstein files?
Who?
Mark Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein's brother, who sent him an email asking him if this was the OGBYN he took his victims to. The 5 men that were holding a naked, bloodied-up 12-year-old with their fingers in her vagina.
Did that actually happen?
The listed co-conspirators by the FBI.
Damn. That's actually crazy. And that's our president?
Yeah. Well, I mean, what I was saying there, we don't know who the 5 men in the picture are because, of course, the picture was redacted, but the explanation of what was in the picture wasn't. But my point there is that there is a bunch of very rich and powerful men that are very clearly incriminated by the Epstein files, even being named as co-conspirators by the FBI, that have not been prosecuted. So saying that Trump is innocent because he has not been prosecuted in relation to the Epstein files is a bunch of bullshit, if you want me to be frank.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no way he should be our president.
No way he should be a president. Perfect. Love to hear it, Ava. I'm happy that I could change your mind on the subject matter, and I hope that you have a good rest of your day. We are only 20 minutes into the stream, and we've already changed our mind. Love that, guys. Let's go to move on to the next guest, Madison. Oh, my God. Oh, oh, my God. I'm so sick. I hate this. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Look at this game
It's the fetus. It is the fetus. The fetus found their way back up onto that live. Let's go to move on to the next guest. We got Ray loaded in. Only opposite side of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. I'd really appreciate it if everyone could try to do your best to follow the rules of the live stream, please and thank you. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box at this moment in time, folks. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of do have to blow my nose again. Oh, today's stream is gonna suck. Today's stream is gonna suck so much. I'm gonna be blowing my nose like every 2 seconds. But let's try to get that next guest loaded up into the queue right now. We got Margaret loading in, only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Please do follow our rules so I don't have to ban you. We are banning everybody who joins the queue that is not following our rules, so do keep that in mind. All right, folks. Alrighty. Who will be next? Zamora. We got Zamora loading in, as well as Emily. Thank you so much for the $25 donation over on Venmo. Thank you so much. Please do show some love to Emily down below. Emily with the $25 says Sudafed is the only truly effective decongestant. Take it from a pharmacist. I asked the last time I dealt with your symptoms. Get the 12-hour one. Just be aware that it will keep you awake. Love you, feel better. Oh, thank you so much for the love, Emily. Yeah, I am familiar with Sudafed. I used to take it a lot, when I was younger, of course. I just need to go ahead and get some. Thank you so much. I want to see 250 Emily W's. Thank you so much for your donation. All right, welcome in. Do you support Trump, Zamora?
No, I don't, bro, but I'm a real big fan. Can I?
Well, unfortunately, man, I gotta ban you because we're just looking for Trump supporters, but I hope you do have a good rest of your day. Moving on to the next guest, Trend Killer, y'all. What are we doing? Follow those rules, everybody. You know what they are. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Why do you vape?
Oh, well, that's like a 4-year-old. You know what? I'm happy that you're asking that question. Vaping is bad. Good fetus. Good fetus. Moving on to the next guest here. We got AJ loading up into the box right now, folks. Here we go, everybody. AJ didn't connect, so we're going to move on to the next guest, Mikey. We're looking for anyone here. We got Mikey loading in. We got Ray loading in. What's up, Mikey? Do you support Trump?
Can I get a screenshot?
I think I kicked the person asking for a screenshot. Next time, just don't ask and do it, because I'm going to say no. Welcome in, Ray. Do you support Trump?
No, I do not, but I have family that does.
Oh, well, Ray, I heard you say, no, I do not, and I kicked you. But I have family that does, kind of came in a little bit after. There's just a delay there. If you happen to be with that family and you want to throw them on the mic, feel free to hop back inside of that box. Moving on to the next guest. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I do, yes.
Oh,
well,
okay.
I did up until I saw his name in the Epstein files, and I did vote for him, but I'm kind of confused right now, and I was hoping that maybe you could just help me.
So you're kind of coming at this more as a confused Trump voter that's not really sure.
Yeah, my mind is very open.
Yeah, of course. I think that's
and I am 29. Good. Yes, I am old enough to be on here.
That's a good point to be. I'll happily have a dialogue with you. Now, just do give me one moment here. I want to thank a couple people, then we'll hop into that debate. Hey, Melissa, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Says, take the day off. Thank you for everything that you do. I appreciate you for the $5, but I don't take days off. I love what I do way too much. I'd also like to thank Sage. Thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Thank you, Sage. Sage with the 20 says, as a younger viewer, I love being educated and knowing not to fall for the MAGA cult. Keep doing these. My after-school tune-in from Sage. Oh, Sage, I'm so happy that you take some value out of these streams. Thank you so much for the $20. Show some love to Sage. Same thing to William and By Axelot. William with the $20 and By Axelot with the $20. Thank you both. William says, the only pope to ever make me consider Catholicism, and of course, MAGA calls him the Antichrist. Yeah, man, the last two popes haven't been terrible. I'm not going to lie. Leo and Francis, not bad. Thank you for the $20. Then By Axelot with the 20 says, MAGA is struggling to cope with the fact that Trump is slowly becoming a walking corpse. I know, right? And that's why we see so many people leaving MAGA, because they're choosing not to cope with it, and they're just saying, "Oh, fuck you! I don't like this guy. He's a tyrant. He's terrible. He's an authoritarian. He's an adjudicated rapist in the Epstein files. files 40,000 times. You know, like, come on, people are waking up. Mary, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. And then just one more here. Thank you so much for the $15, M. Rose. Thank you so much for the love. Please do show some love to M. Rose down below, who says, Trump is definitely the worst president of my life, but I'm curious what presidents rival him for all time worse. Andrew Jackson, who led the Trail of Tears, is, in my mind, the worst president of all time. And then just a couple people over here on PayPal. Chantrell, that is Shantrell. Thank you so much for the $50 donation on PayPal. Chantrell, thank you so much for your kindness. Chantrell didn't attach a message to the love, just sent it right on over. Thank you so much for the love. I want to see 500 W's for Chantrell down below. Same thing to Olivia. Thank you so much for the $14 over on PayPal. And then Kelsey, thank you for the 10. Huge shout out to Olivia and Kelsey. I appreciate the both of y'all. Now let's go ahead and hop into that debate. It actually looks like the lady who we had loaded up into the stream left, which is unfortunate, but let's go and move on to the next guest, I guess. Thank you guys so much for your love. Welcome to D-Sport Trump.
Welcome. Yes, I do.
Okay, could you disconnect me from the fucking loudspeakers, dude? Okay, it looks like that's what he's doing.
Okay,
Hello?
go ahead.
Hi. Okay, so I'm actually going to ask you to go ahead. Tell us why the hell you support the most terrible president of your life, Mr. Authoritarian, best friend of Epstein's, Trump. Take it away. Why you do that? I'm going to blow my nose.
Because you keep telling lies, Dean. You keep saying that he's held civilly liable for SA, and it was civilly liable for defamation, Dean.
Are you a betting man?
Yes, I am.
Would you like to bet $1,000 on that claim?
You can't bet on TikTok, Dean. You should know that violates the TOS.
Well, it looks like we're violating TOS. Want to put $1,000 on it?
Sure. What was
Okay.
the jury? What was the jury's? What was the jury's decision? The civil suit was for defamation.
And that's exactly what we are getting into right now. Wow, you owe me $1,000. Super nice. Love that. So they held him liable for defamation and for SA, and I could prove it. Let me just take a moment real quick. Sorry, I thought that was the jury form like 2 days ago, but I switched the image out. Let me just go ahead and get the jury form up on the screen. This will be super easy. And this is the jury verdict form that shows that yes, they did agree that Donald Trump did SA E. Jean Carroll. And then once I show you this jury form, you will then owe me $1,000. It looks like I'm getting rich today, which is great, increasing my bank account off the backs of spineless MAGA idiots. Very cool. Where is it at? Sorry, I have a lot of images saved in here, a lot of resources that I bring up in the debates. There it is. Perfect. All right, here's the verdict form. Go ahead and take a look. If you look at specifically number 2 of the verdict form, the jury explicitly holds Trump liable for the SA of E. Jean Carroll.
It doesn't even say that, Dean. Read it.
Okay, let's read it. Number 2, did Mr. Trump sexually abuse Miss Carroll? The jury selected yes.
Correct. But what was he held civilly liable for? Defamation. You know that.
Buddy, this is the verdict form for the liability.
Correct, but he was not civilly liable for SA. He was civilly liable
yes.
for defamation. You know that.
The fact that the jury selected yes to question 2 is demonstrating that he was held civilly liable for SA. This is the liability sheet.
No, civilly liable for defamation.
I'm literally showing you the verdict form from the jury that's proving you wrong, you insane little man.
That was the questionnaire. He was held civilly liable for defamation.
This is not the questionnaire. This is the verdict form. Can you actually read that for me? I want you to tell me what that text right there at the top, right there. What does this text say right there? Can you read that for me?
That says verdict form. Dean, let me ask you a question.
Well, I have a question. What is a jury verdict?
It's whatever the jury decides. What was he
So
sued
wait,
for?
wait, wait. So
Sued
the
for
jury
defamation?
decided. One moment. So the jury decided that he was guilty of SA.
No, you can't be guilty in civil court.
Wait. But you just said that the verdict form is what the jury decides. And what does question number 2 right there say? What does it say? Read it out loud.
Dean, let me ask you something.
No. I want you to
Was
read it out loud. No. I want you to read question number 2 out loud. What does that say?
You already did. We agree on that.
Wait. Just read it out loud, please. I don't hear you reading.
We already agree on that.
But I don't think that we do. Can you read it out loud?
Mr. Trump sexually abused Ms.
Why did he just like spontaneously combust in the middle of reading it out loud? What the hell's going on?
No, Dean. What did she sue for defamation or did she sue for SA?
She sued for both.
Not true.
Yes, true. The total settlement was a settlement, and I guess not settlement. The total payout that Trump owes her is $87 million, $82 million for defamation, and then $5 million for sexual abuse.
Okay, moving on.
You owe me $1,000. I'm actually gonna blow my nose real quick. By the time I'm done blowing my nose, you better be ready to pay me my band. All right, buddy. It's time to pay the piper. Where's the band at, bro? You owe me a band. I'm sorry. No way to get around it. You actually do owe me $1,000.
Look it up. Civilly liable for defamation.
Yeah, it will absolutely populate on the internet that he was held civilly liable for defamation because that claim is true. It is also true that he was held civilly liable for SA, and I just gave you the proof by showing you the jury verdict form.
Okay, you like to bring up the Howard Stern interview, right?
We could talk about that next. I need you to pay me $1,000.
You can look it up. It's for defamation.
Okay, can I have you read something else for me then, please? So you're saying if I look it up, I will only find reliable sources that tell me that he was only held liable for defamation?
Yes.
Okay. Could you go ahead and read this for me? Read this for me.
Lake Tahoe. What does that say? Lake Tahoe? Something?
Bro, read the title of the article for me.
Lake Tahoe.
Oh my God, you're reading Lake Tahoe Avalanche. Dude, no. Don't read this. Read the article title.
What is that? Some type of left-leaning junk?
This is AP, the Associated Press. A jury found Donald Trump liable for Tuesday for sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll in 1996, awarding her $5 million in a judgment that could haunt the former president as he campaigns to regain the White House. There you go. You owe me $1,000, dude. Not only have I shown you the jury verdict form, but I've also shown you a source from AP.
AP is leftist as hell.
So you think they're lying?
That's right. That's what they do.
Okay, so you just think that they're lying. Sounds great, right? Just totally lying. Here's Fox News.
Move on.
Nope. Here's Fox
on to
News.
the-
No. One
interview.
moment. Here's Fox News. So the title of the Fox News article says, appeals court deals Trump blow and challenge to E. Jean Carroll verdict. What a slimy way to title it, by the way. But then the very first sentence, an appellate court in New York on Friday rejected President Trump's bid to toss out a jury's verdict that the president sexually abused and defamed E. Jean Carroll. So now I've even given you a source from Fox News to prove that you're wrong. You owe me $1,000, right?
No.
Why? I gave you a source from AP, I gave you a source from Fox News, and I even showed you the jury verdict form. You lost. Give it up.
Let's move on to Howard.
No. Was I able to prove to you that he was held liable for sexual abuse by showing you the jury verdict form from NewYorkCourts.gov, giving you a source from AP, and giving you a source from Fox News?
No, use AI.
What? So just to clarify, you do not think that Fox News is reliable?
No, they're all biased.
But isn't Fox News biased for Trump? I mean, Trump says that Fox News is his very favorite media outlet.
They're all biased, Dean. You know it.
Okay, but what kind of bias does Fox News have?
They're
Tell me.
all biased.
I know, but answer my question. What kind of bias does Fox News have?
Look it up on AI, Dean.
Answer my question. What kind of bias does Fox News have?
My sources tell me it was defamation. That was the truth.
You're not answering my question. Answer it. What kind of bias does Fox News have?
All types of biasness.
I know, but what direction does that bias lean?
Both ways.
No. The bias of Fox News leans right. They are a right-leaning news agency. Technically, they're not a news agency. They're an entertainment organization because they lost the right to label themselves as a news agency after they parroted Trump's lies around in the 2020 election.
Why won't you use AI?
Because I have sources here from AP, the jury verdict form from NewYorkCourts.gov, and Fox News. I don't need AI.
Put up the U.S. court thing.
You mean the jury verdict form? Sure.
No, we already went over that.
This is the court thing. United States District Court, Southern District of New York, E. Jean Carroll against Donald J. Trump. It's case number 22-CV-10016.
Yeah, because they have...
I'm gonna blow my nose real quick.
You got to stop doing blow, dude.
How about this? That was a weird comment. What is your source that he was not held civilly liable for SA?
AI.
Okay, can you show me?
How?
I don't know, by screenshotting your ChatGPT logs?
How you going to show it?
Through the green screen function on TikTok?
I don't know how to do that. Why don't you just look it up?
I did look it up, and I gave you a source from NewYorkCourts.gov, Fox News, and AP.
Why won't you look it up on AI, Dean?
Because I don't use AI. I find AI to be unreliable.
Okay, because they have lots of sources.
Okay, then it should be pretty easy to name one.
If I go out of the app, then you're going to drop me.
I mean, I might just drop you anyways, because you are legitimately the most stupid, idiotic, moronic guest that's ever been on this live stream. Like, genuinely. Like, you don't have a brain. It's completely rotted.
That's why I got a lot of followers.
I'm so surprised that you even have the ability to wake up in the morning and brush your fucking teeth. Like, genuinely. Let's go to move on to the next guest now. I'll only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. I really appreciate it if y'all would do your very best to follow the rules of this live stream. What a nuts moron. Like truly, what an idiot. What the hell is that guy's problem? Let's go to move on to the next guest here, folks. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. Please do follow our rules. I'd really appreciate it. Welcome in, Anthony. Do you support Trump?
Oh, sorry. Hold on. My headset disconnected.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I support Trump.
Okay. Yeah, I want to do a quick litmus test to see if like you're like a serious person or not. That last guess, was he right or was he wrong?
What are we talking about? Right about what? You guys talked about a few things.
Yeah, anything.
Right about him being found liable for a sexual assault? Is that what we're talking about?
So that last guess was saying that Trump was not held liable for sexual assault. Do you think that that guess was right, or do you think that that guess was wrong?
As far as I know, the whole case was, I didn't really follow the case very closely, but the whole case I think was surrounded around, what was it? What was brought the whole case to light in the first place? What was the defamation or was it?
Defamation, yeah.
That's what, and then they kind of threw in the whole essay thing.
So
and then,
was the guess right or wrong?
She was kind of like fantasizing about how she thought it was cool and sexy, which was kind of weird.
Okay. So would you like to make a $1,000 bet on that, just like the last guest?
So I mean, but it kind of threw her whole testimony off, and I don't know. The whole thing kind of seemed.
Hey, Anthony, would you like to make a $1,000 bet on that?
What am I making a $1,000 bet on?
Would you like to bet $1,000 that you are right that E. Jean Carroll fantasized about it and said that she think rape is sexy?
She did say it.
Okay. Would you like to bet $1,000?
No, I'm not betting.
How about $100?
I'll bet you $5.
You'll bet me $5?
Let's see. What do I got in TikTok funds? Hold on, let me find out, and I'll give you whatever I got left in TikTok.
Well, I mean, you're not going to have to give me anything if you're right, so it seems like you already know that you're wrong.
No, I'm just going to make sure I have it because I'm not going to bet more than what I got in TikTok. Give me 1 second.
How about this? You don't even need to bet a dime.
I got 340 coins. I'll give you the rest of that. How about
Here's E. Jean Carroll saying that other people think that grape is sexy and grape is not sexy because it's violent.
You don't feel like a victim.
I was not thrown on the ground and ravished. Which the word rape carries so many sexual connotations. This was not sexual. It hurt.
But I think most people think of rape as it is a violent assault. It is not.
I think most people think of rape as being sexy.
Let's take a short break.
Think of the fantasies.
See?
We're going to take a quick break.
So I think it's quite frankly fucking disgusting that you and many other misogynistic pigs are going to attempt to defame a victim.
Come out of my mouth.
Sit down. Are going to attempt to defame a rape victim that was able to prove that she was raped in a court of law, leading a unanimous jury of 9 to hold excuse me, her rapist civilly liable by misconstruing comments that she made on live to CNN with Anderson Cooper. So I don't know. It really doesn't take more than 4 brain cells to decipher her words. I think that she says it very clearly, that what happened to her was not sexy. What happened to her was not sexual. Because what rather happened to her was violent, okay? It wasn't sexy or sexual at all. And, like, sure, I don't think it's descriptively true that more than 50% of people think that rape is sexy. However, we need to agree here that some people do romanticize rape, some people do sexualize rape, and that is absolutely a fact. And we would also expect a victim of rape, from their perspective, in their worldview, okay, to overemphasize, okay, the amount of people that believe something so disgusting and wrong about the violent and heinous action that happened to them. I mean, it's like literally a type of PTSD, right? Like, it is absolutely true that some people think that rape is sexy, some people sexualize rape, and her pointing that out is absolutely true, and we would expect her as a victim, right, to, like, from her perspective, in her version of reality, to probably think that a lot more people think that rape is sexy than they actually do. So once again, it is absolutely disgusting that A, you would attempt to use this statement against her by intentionally misconstruing it to mean that she's saying she thinks rape is sexy, when she very clearly said that what happened to her was not sexy, it was violent.
Well, you just went on a 2-minute rant about you had to explain it for her. If it was so clear, why did you have to go through that 2-minute rant?
Yeah, because I'm talking to a dumb ass pig.
So it wasn't
not
clear
clear too. Yeah, it's not clear to you. Probably similar to, I don't know, 3rd grade mathematics.
So you need third grade mathematics to
like,
understand
like
that she
if,
said
if
that
third grade
SA was
mathematics,
sexy?
if 2 plus 2, if 10 times 5 is so clear, then why do we have trained professionals getting paid money to teach it to kids year round? Well, it's because it's not clear to the kids, because the kids are young, the kids aren't that intelligent because once again they're kids, and the kids aren't that educated because once again they're kids. So now you're attempting to weaponize your own ignorance and your own lack of rational thought against me by telling me that the fact that I had to explain your own false constructions to you mean that you are right and I am wrong, when in all reality what she said is clear, and the only person that's not getting that here is you.
Bro, you gotta stop crashing out.
I'm not crashing out. I'm simply describing reality, and I understand that it's not in your advantage, and it's definitely positioning you to be a real, like,
She fucking
really
said it. I don't know
bad
what else
guy,
you want from me, dude.
No, she did not say what you said she said. She said that what happened to her was not sexy, it was violent.
You played the entire clip. She said at the end that some people think it's sexy.
Oh yeah, and what was your original claim?
That she said it was.
Yeah, your original claim is that she said that she thought rape is sexy, and then you just correctly represented what she said. She never said that she thinks rape is sexy. She said that what happened to her wasn't sexy, it was violent, but most people think that rape is sexy, which is an issue.
But why would she say that?
Why would she say that? Because it's an issue that people think that rape is sexy that we need to talk about.
Why was that even relevant for an SA victim?
It's most relevant for SA victims because SA victims best understand that what happened to them is not sexy. Which is exactly what she said. She said it wasn't sexy, it wasn't sexual.
So she's got to make an argument about other people that do think it's sexy? I mean, it's just so weird.
Yeah, because people shouldn't think it's sexy. Yes, we all need to make arguments against bad things. Yes.
But she's the one that was up there being a witness against her own crimes. That was against her, so...
What are you saying? I'm confused.
She was a witness, for supposedly crimes against her, so why would she talk about other people?
Why would an SA victim talk about people who discount SA victims?
She said that other people thought it's sexy and they fantasize about it.
Right.
Why would she
So I just
bring
want
that
to
up
clarify.
if she's an SA victim? You should be talking about yourself.
Because
and the crimes against you.
Because SA victims are probably among the most likely demographic of people alive to verbally and vehemently speak out about others who discount their experiences. Like obviously, people who think that rape is sexy are discounting the experiences of SA victims, right? Can we agree there? Can we agree that people who actually think that rape is sexy are discounting the lived experiences of SA victims?
But what is that going to do when she's on trial?
Can you answer my question? Answer my question. Can we agree that people who think rape is sexy, it is relevant. Just one moment. Can we agree that people who think rape is sexy discount the lived experiences of SA victims?
I think anybody that thinks rape is sexy is a piece of shit.
Okay, we could agree that those piece of shits discount the lived experiences of SA victims.
Olympic spirits. I mean, you got to explain that one. That's a word that I don't know.
What did you say?
I don't know. What the hell did you say? What did you say? Something about spirits?
No, I said discount the lived experiences.
Oh, lived experience.
Victims. Okay. Can we agree that people who think rape is sexy discount the lived experiences of SA victims?
I mean, that means you would have to have a person that's up there saying it's sexy to pretty much discredit that person, but there was nobody there doing that but herself.
Just answer the question. Can we agree that people who say
I don't
rape is
understand the
sexy
relevance. So
discount? I'll explain to you the relevance after you answer the question. Dude, I'm pulling nails here just to construct an argument.
You're not pulling nails because I'm trying to understand the relevance behind you trying to get me to say.
Don't worry. I will happily share with you the relevance after you answer the question. It's a very simple question. Do people who think rape is sexy discount the lived experiences of rape victims?
I guess. Yeah. I mean,
yeah, they
I think anybody that thinks rape is sexy is, I don't know, I guess a piece of trash.
Okay, so next question. Is it okay to speak out against people that discount your lived experiences?
But who is she speaking out against? Because she didn't say that. She didn't say who she was speaking out against.
People who think rape is sexy.
Who?
I mean, people who do.
I mean, you're pulling pretty fucking deep to make an argument for this
I don't
woman.
understand how I'm pulling deep at all. I mean, literally, she
Look,
said...
I understand what you're
Listen,
saying. Yes,
Anthony,
anyway.
I'm not pulling deep at all. E. Jean Carroll said that what happened to her was not sexual. What happened to her was not sexy. It was violent. And that there's a lot of people that think that rape is sexy. Right? This is very, very clearly like her, an SA victim, who's having, okay, her lived experiences discounted by the people that live in this country, live in this world, that don't think that rape is violent, but rather think it's sexy. Okay, and it is very fair for any SA victim, or anybody, not even just SA victims, okay, to speak out against those people. All right? You know, like the same way that like Nazis discount the lived experiences of Jewish people, or racists and white supremacists discount the lived experiences of black people. You know, if there's, you know, a Jewish person doing an interview and they're saying many people think that the Holocaust wasn't that bad, and only 271,000 people died, but no, that's not true. There was over 12 million people genocided. Okay, that'd be completely fair and completely natural and completely expected, because Nazis would be discounting the lived experiences of that Jewish person and their family. All right. So it'd be okay for them to speak out against it, or anyone. If there's a black person doing an interview that says, you know, many people think that black people are inferior and less than and not equal to white people, which is not true because black people are equal to white people. Completely understand what the hell? No question there. Okay. All right. This black person has had their lived life experiences discounted by racists. All right. Of course, like we would expect them to speak out against that and say that the racists are wrong. So then when we look at an SA victim that's like, you know, what happened to me wasn't sexy. What happened to me wasn't sexual. What happened to me was violent. All right. And many people out there think otherwise. Many people think that it's sexy. All right. She's speaking out against those that discount her lived experiences. Like this isn't rocket science. This isn't hard at all. I think it's only hard for you because you have like 3 brain cells, Anthony.
You done talking?
I mean, I could talk much more, but honestly, I don't really think that you're going to understand much more than crayon on polka dot printer paper. So go ahead.
I mean, you could keep insulting all you want, but it doesn't change the fact that it came out of her mouth.
It did come out of her mouth. What she said wasn't wrong. There's zero issue with what she said. Like, what's the issue with what she said?
It was the relevance to the situation, and that she tried to put herself in a position of fantasy.
What do you mean she tried to put herself in a position of fantasy? I'm not following.
You're not following? We're just on the subject of her fantasizing about what rape being cool and sexy.
Now you're just like intentionally misconstruing her words that we've already repeated 1 billion times. Her pointing out that other people think
exactly
rape is sexy
what I said to begin
is not
with.
her stating that she thinks rape is sexy.
You talking in circles isn't going to change my mind.
I'm not talking in circles. I'm just being clear. Hey, are some people racist?
Sure.
Wait, so you would say that some people are racist?
I mean, it's factual information. So
oh,
yeah.
So you're racist?
If you say so.
No, are you?
I don't know. You just said I am.
Wait, you don't know if you're racist or not?
I didn't say I was racist. You said, do you agree that some people are racist?
You did just say that you're racist. You did.
I did.
Yeah,
Okay.
because you just said that other people are racist, and apparently in accordance with that logic, that means that you're racist. Hey, I have a question. Are some people trans?
Okay, sure.
Okay. So say that out loud. Say some people are trans.
Some people are trans.
Oh, now you're trans in accordance with your own logic. Are some people Nazis?
Sure.
Oh, so now you're a Nazi. So now, in accordance with the logic that you used to say that E. Jean Carroll was fantasizing about rape, okay, because E. Jean Carroll said that some people think rape is sexy after saying it's not sexy, it's violent, well, you are now a quote-unquote racist trans Nazi.
Kind of like that guy from the shooting rink, or from the skating rink, huh? That guy.
Yeah, actually, that guy was. Not guy.
And you literally just nailed it.
Was a trans person who was a racist Nazi. First trans racist Nazi I've ever seen, man. That was, wow, what an incident. I'm sorry, I didn't even mean to make a connection to that. That was very that was very in poor taste of me. I didn't do that consciously. So my bad.
I just picked up on it. It's not you. I mean, you can blame it on me. I'm the Trump guy.
So do you see now how your logic fails?
I don't, because I'm not the one on trial trying to be a witness against a crime that I have to prove in a civil case that it was against me. So
wait. So now you're saying the fact that E. Jean Carroll pursued civil litigation against Trump for graping her, was able to successfully hold him civilly liable for grape, and then later did an interview telling Anderson Cooper that grape isn't sexy, it's violent, yet other people think that it's sexy, somehow means that because she said that other people were sexy, that therefore she thinks it's sexy? Like, this is just literally so low IQ. Like, I just like really want like every single viewer that's joined us, the 5,000 people so far today over on YouTube and the 14.6 thousand people so far today on TikTok, just to recognize that, you know, like the Trump supporters that still exist are like legitimately like stupid. Like, there's like no substance to this guy's like brain at all. Like, he's literally saying that because she said that rape is not sexy, it's violent, but other people think it's sexy, that therefore she was arguing that she thinks rape is sexy. Right? Like, how about this? I'm going to play you the clip again. I want you to quote me the specific words that she said that somehow implied to you that she clearly fantasizes about how she thinks rape is sexy.
You don't feel like a victim.
I was not thrown on the ground and ravished, which the word rape carries so many sexual connotations. This was not sexual. It hurt. It just, you know.
But I think most people think of rape as it is a violent assault. It is not.
I think most people think of rape as being sexy.
Let's take a short break.
Think of the fantasies.
We're going to take a quick break. If you can stick around, we'll talk more on it.
So, like, quote her. Like, what exactly did she, like, say in that clip that we just listened to that clearly communicates that she thinks...
She just said she was not thrown on the ground and she was not ravished.
Okay.
She didn't say anything about it being violent. Okay, she said that...
she said that it hurt.
Yeah. She also said that she thinks it's some people thinks it's sexy and it's I don't know what the last thing she said, like
right. But the same way that you just said that some people are racist, that some people are Nazis, some people think rape is sexy. That's true.
I'm not the one that's over here trying to prove that somebody did something to me.
What does it have to do with it whatsoever?
Exactly. What does that have to do with it?
So you're no longer saying that she said that she thinks rape is sexy. You're conceding that she was just pointing out that other people think rape is sexy, that are discounting her lived
I
experience.
think she was reflecting her own views on the subject.
Okay, why do you think that?
Why would she bring it up?
Because she's a victim of SA. We've already been over this.
Okay.
So you're just saying, if like you randomly like bring up bad things that happen in the world, especially if you're personally impacted by them,
clear that
then so you're saying if people randomly bring up bad things in the world that they're personally impacted by, it must mean that they personally believe in those bad things, right? Is that your position?
That's my position about what? You got to clarify.
You're saying that if people randomly bring up bad things that are true of the world that personally negatively impact them, that therefore they personally believe in that bad thing. Because your argument here is there's like seemingly no context that led to her saying that other people think that rape is sexy.
There's really no context in the clip.
Therefore she thinks rape is sexy, right? And by the way, there absolutely was context that led to her saying that many people think that rape is sexy. Because less than 10 seconds prior, she says that what happened to me wasn't sexy. It wasn't sexual. It hurt. It was violent.
Violent never came out of her mouth.
Fucking being hurt by rape is necessarily violent. Are you kidding me?
I understand that.
Wait,
you're claiming that she said violent.
Is rape ever not violent?
That's not the context of the information.
Yes, it is. She's saying that she was raped by him and it really hurt. That's her saying that it was violent. You idiot.
The interviewer said violence.
She said that she was raped and it hurt. That's her saying that something violent. Okay, if somebody says that they were raped and it hurt, are they saying that something violent happened to them?
I don't think she even said the word rape.
Answer my question. Answer my question. If somebody says that somebody is raped and it hurt, are they saying that something violent happened to them? Dude,
it's about
Anthony, answer the question, you dense moron. If somebody says that they were raped and it hurt, are they saying that something violent happened to them?
Rape is inherently violent. Yes, it is a violent act.
Okay,
but
so
it's
then
not about. It's not about.
So then you hear E. Jean Carroll describing how she was raped by Trump and how it hurt. She's describing violence towards her. She's saying that an act of violence was perpetuated against her.
But you got to claim the facts. You got to prove the facts. The thing is, she's not proving anything.
It was proven by a court.
It was all just her word.
Dude, it was proven by a civil court of law. 9 unanimous jurors agreed that Donald J. Trump raped E. Jean Carroll. Her words and her evidence were put on trial, and the unanimous jury of 9 agreed.
Do they
with her.
have vagina swabs from 30 fucking years ago? What evidence?
I'll make sure I run you through the evidence right now. So not only did she have her own testimony, but she had the corroborating testimony of 7 other people, alongside therapist notes from the 90s when she told somebody that she was indeed raped by Donald Trump. Then we also had the lies and inconsistencies within Donald Trump's own testimony. He testified to the fact that he never met her, which E. Jean Carroll responded to with a picture of the two together. He also testified to the fact that he never raped her because she wasn't his type, but then he confused a picture for his ex-wife Marla Maples to be E. Jean Carroll under oath, and we know that Marla Maples was his type, so he lied about that too. Okay, E. Jean Carroll also claimed to have the dress with his sperm on it from the day that he raped her in 1995 or 1996, and in response submitted it to the court. Then the court asked for Donald Trump to provide a DNA sample to test it against the male DNA on the dress, in which he refused to do so, indicating a higher likelihood of his guilt. Then we also have his character priors, which we know to be true, of him sexually exploiting naked women and girls at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA in the 90s and early 2000s, and then admitting to it, boasting about it, calling it funny, on top of the fact that in the 90s he also sexualized a 10-year-old girl. In the early 2000s, he called his own daughter's piece of ass. And we now know that he knew what Epstein was doing all along with the survivors, little girls and women. And then we have the unearthed letter that he sent to Epstein depicting the naked body of a girl with a statement, "May every new day be another wonderful secret." We also have the letter that Epstein sent to Larry Nassar saying that Donald Trump shares their affiliation for young nubile girls, on top of the fact that we have 8 accusations inside of the Epstein files against Trump, including 2 accusations in which are undeniably super fucking credible, all right, such as the one woman who accused Donald Trump of forcing her to suck on his male member, then once she refused was hit and kicked by Trump, who also accused Epstein in an FBI interview in 2019, was then labeled as a credible accuser by our government, then later sued the Epstein estate for raping her and was paid a settlement of millions in 2021, okay, on top of many other circumstances too. So when we look at the direct evidence submitted into this case by E. Jean Carroll, we compare and contrast that with the lies and the inconsistencies and the contradictions within Donald Trump's testimony inside of that case. Then we also consider his character priors, like everything I just said, plus the fact that he admitted to doing what he did to E. Jean Carroll in 2005 when he said he could just grab any woman by their female member without asking first, and then that's exactly what the jury adjudicated he did to E. Jean Carroll. We see that it's clearly true that yes, it's undeniably a fact that he forcefully penetrated E. Jean Carroll's vagina with his fingers, and anybody who denies that fact is just a misogynistic pig with maybe 4 brain cells. I don't have a clue how you even brush your teeth in the morning. What now? What do you have to say to all this proof, from his character priors to so on and so forth? What do you got to say?
You touched on a lot. So the thing is, you say E. Jean Carroll has, there was an undeniably large amount of evidence, but it sounds like there was an undeniably large lack of evidence. They just submitted a lot of information that had to be combed through. So the fact that there was no actual criminal and it's all civil, because if it was criminal, Trump would be behind bars. So obviously that's not the case. So there is no criminal. It's all civil. It was all in New York. New York's a very, obviously New York does not like Trump. They haven't liked Trump for a long time. So that alone is supposed to have.
I just got banned on TikTok for misinformation. Wonder what for? Let's take a listen. Oh my God, these guests today are pissing me off. They're actually pissing me off so much. Okay. We got a misinfo ban. Okay, there we go. All right, folks, so we did submit the appeal over on TikTok. TikTok will inevitably give me my account back. It's just a matter of time. For the meantime, we're going to be going live on our other account, and let's go ahead and do that now. All right, yeah, Larry Edison in the chat for real. All right, let's go ahead and start that live stream over on DNC Dean. We'll get that going right now. What for? Says somebody in the YouTube chat. I don't even know, man. What a horrible human. Bro, the crazies are out today, everybody. The crazies are out today. All right, we're already live over on Dean C. Dean. Holy fuck, y'all. The crazies are out, everybody. The crazies are out. Be warned. Be warned, be warned, be warned. Hello, welcome into that TikTok live stream, everybody. What is going on? Welcome in, Mackenzie. What is up, Corey? What is up, Violet? What is up, Kale? What's up, Alexis? What's going on, Lily? What's up, Rachel? Welcome into the live stream, everybody. Welcome into the live stream, everyone. Appreciate y'all so much for being here. Appreciate y'all so much for being here. Give me one moment. I'm just gonna go and send a chat out and on my Instagram channel, just saying that we moved to this account. Moved to at DNC Dean on TikTok after receiving a live stream ban. All right, we got that message sent out. Welcome in, everybody. For everybody tuning back into that live stream, make sure that we are double tapping away on that phone screen and sharing out this live with a handful of friends. Y'all already know it. Y'all already know what to do. Y'all already know what to do. We're going to go and hop back into those debates here in a moment. But before we do, I'd like to take a moment just to thank a handful of people. I was really caught up in both of those debates, and I'm very appreciative of y'all for all the love and support that you've been showing me. So I just want to take a moment to thank that. Hey, Mary, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love. And then Jeff, thank you so much for the $12.34 over on Venmo, who says, how do you deal with this every day? You know, I actually don't really have that good of an ability dealing with like the last two people that we spoke to. Like, I don't know if y'all realize, but I obviously got like very emotional about it just because like what they were saying was very insane. I really appreciate you for the $12, Jeff. Show some love to Jeff down below in that chat, everybody. Same thing to you, Megan. Thank you so much for the $25 donation over on Venmo. I want to get 250 Megan W's down below, who says, been absolutely fantasized about grape. I was with somebody recently, and in the middle of it, he says, you want me to grape you? He was trying to sound sexy, ruin the moment immediately. Holy fuck. Yeah, bro, she was like totally right. She was totally right. Oh, sorry. Thank you for telling me to fix my YouTube stream. There we go, folks. Yeah, E. Jean Carroll was totally right when she said that a lot of people fantasize about it. I'm so sorry to hear that, Megan. Please do show some love to Megan down below in the comment section. Men. Kelly, thank you so much for the $10 as well. And Venmo says, I know that you're not feeling well. These guests are trying. Hang in there. Thank you so much. I appreciate you so much for the $10, Kelly. A couple people to thank over on PayPal. A couple people to thank over on PayPal, then we will go and hop into that next debate. Mercedes, thank you so much for the $10, who says, I'm so sorry they have to deal with these kind of people, lol, but you're doing amazing work. Well, thank you so much for that love, Mercedes. You're crazy. They are crazy. Shula, thank you so much for the $12 on PayPal, who says, I'm showing your live to my mom for the first time. Can I give her a shout out? Can I get you to give her a shout out? Her name's Helen and she's very cool. Shout out Helen. Thank you for the $12, Shula. And then Wendy, thank you so much for the $20, who says, as always, Dean, thank you for speaking out for survivors. Well, I appreciate you for your support. Let's get 200 Wendy W's and then 250 Tyler W's. Thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal. He says, the last two guests have made me want to throw my head into a pit of molten lava. So fucking real, Tyler. And then Dustin, thank you so much for the $25, who says, I do not know how you even engage with idiots like this guy. Bro, honestly, we just need to start kicking them. Like, I need to remember that I can kick people like the last guest. Just like, what an idiot, bro. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $25. Show some love to Mason, Dustin's down below. And then, oh my God, we have a big one here. Dude, fucking hell. Michael. Michael, thank you so very much for the $200 donation on PayPal. Michael, that is so incredibly kind of you, man. Thank you so fucking much for the love. Show some love to the GOAT, Michael, down below in that comment section. I am so grateful for you. That is so insanely kind of you. I do not deserve that much love, man. I mean, just like genuinely, like, holy fuck, man. Thank you. Michael with the $200 says, hey, man. Hey there. It's been a couple weeks. I was in Cotswolds, UK, exploring real estate listings. Dude, it looks like you're living your very best life, Michael. I hope that you find a real estate listing that you are very interested in. And I appreciate you so much for the love. Like, seriously, dude, that is so much fucking money. Thank you so much, man. Let's get 2,000 Michael W's down below in that comment section. And then one more here, Celestine. Thank you so much for the $14 on PayPal. I'm going to keep your message to myself. Just know that I really appreciate you. Same thing to you, Luna. Thank you for the 12 euros over on YouTube. Thank you so much, you guys. Show some love to all of our donors down below. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, folks. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. And while we are having some debates over here in the second account, I'm also going to be trying to get my main account back. But, do just give me a moment to get that very first guest up in here. And if you do want to support me, you could actually find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message on YouTube. And the handle's at the top of the phone screen on TikTok as well. All right. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Okay, I do support Trump.
Brando, thank you for the Vikings hammer. I appreciate you. How old are you?
Hi, I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
June 25th, 2007.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
Okay, for starters, I want to talk about ICE. Like, what's your opinion on that?
ICE bad.
Bad?
Dean,
okay.
we love you.
No, we don't love Dean.
I love you.
Okay, stop. Hold on, I'm gonna walk away from
her. So your roommate likes what we
Just ignore her. Just ignore her.
No,
all right.
No, you don't? Or is this like, are you trolling?
Yeah, she made me come on here. But I want to talk to you, Dean. Okay, so do you support Barack Obama?
Do I support Barack Obama? I think that there's a lot of good things that Obama did.
Okay, well, he deported 3.1 million people. What's your opinion on that?
It is true that he deported 3.1 million people over 8 years, and it is also true that last year Donald Trump deported 1.3 million people in 1 year. Not to mention the fact that the deportations that we saw under the Obama administration were significantly more focused around undocumented immigrants with criminal offenses that were pretty insidious compared to Trump today, who's going after anybody and everybody, including legal immigrants and children and citizens. Okay, so that's definitely a point that needs to be made. And the main reasons why I really don't fuck with ICE is because of the lawless, unconstitutional, and illegal directives that have been given to ICE by the Trump administration. Like when they fuck up and they do something really bad, like the ICE agents who murdered Alex Preddy, Renee Good, Keith Porter, then the Trump administration just defends the ICE agents who murdered them and then calls the murdered citizens, domestic terrorists. And they've been giving illegal directives to the totality of the DHS as well, like telling them they could arrest people without a judicial warrant under typical scenarios. That's illegal. Okay, that's unconstitutional. Same thing with the directive that they've been given that they could just barge in houses without judicial warrants. That's also illegal, and that's also unconstitutional. And I think for those reasons that we absolutely should not support them. They don't care about the law. They don't care about the Constitution. They don't care about human life. They don't care about human dignity. They're just out there to enforce the agenda of the Trump administration.
Actually. I think that they're getting with the Mexican cartel. When, for example, when Kamala and Biden, when they were under that, do you know how many children were sex trafficked, were trafficked in general? Like, I feel like they just
so you continue to attempt to pivot away from my critiques of the Department of Homeland Security and ICE under the Trump administration by continually bringing up Obama, bringing up Biden, bringing up Kamala Harris.
Well,
I do not mind having a conversation with you about Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, and Obama once we're done with our conversation about why you shouldn't support Trump. This isn't too difficult. This isn't too hard. I would like you to give me a legitimate response to the points that I made, please.
Okay, well, I just think that people only care about ICE now because it's under Trump. But nobody was talking about all the other things that were going on when children were in cages. And that's what I'm trying to support, because I feel like Trump is trying to show people what these Democrats are doing, that people are just getting brainwashed, and people are getting they're just believing everything they hear on the media, but without actually looking into it and actually doing the research behind it.
Okay, so your claim is that you actually just don't care that they're murdering citizens in broad daylight, which never happened under Obama or Biden, by the way. You don't
actually
care that
Obama killed 56 people under ICE.
Okay, so once again, I think that you are the only uneducated person here because you just read a headline off of Fox News and then ran with it. So a Human Rights Watch organization did a study on the 56 people who died in ICE custody under his administration in 8 years, and they concluded that 5 of those were because of misconduct or medical misconduct at the hand of ICE. And of course, we're going to sit here and we're going to condemn, all 5 deaths that were caused by the misconduct of ICE, and we're going to say that is a very bad thing. Now, can you say the same thing, about those who died not just through misconduct, but direct use of force and murder under the Trump administration that was then defended by the Trump administration?
Can you hear me? Sorry, my microphone turned off.
I can hear you.
Okay. First of all, Renee Good, for example, she tried to run over an ICE agent who not only I think he got hit by a car recently, and he had internal bleeding from that, and that's who people are using as an example when she was in fucking, what's the word for it? She was, no, she was getting in the way of an investigation, and then she tries to run over an ICE agent, which is self-defense, by shooting her. So I'm just, yeah.
So Renee Good, that she was killed out of self-defense. What about Alex Preddy? I'm just trying to get a sense of your views here.
I haven't heard about that, Alex Preddy.
You don't know who Alex Petty is?
I'm not informed on that. No, I
You're
don't.
trying to call like liberals and left-leaning people like the uneducated, uninformed ones. It's very ironic. But anyways, I don't mind responding to Renee Good.
I would like to be educated on that.
So you
I have
said
an
that she
open
tried
mind.
to hit the ICE agent with a car. So the facts of what happened to Renee Good are just simply inconsistent with the hypothesis suggested. The first fact is that she reversed her car first. If she was trying to hit the ICE agent, why would she first throw it in reverse? And then she turned her wheels as far to the right as possible. And we know this not only because we could watch her wheels turn, okay, from bystander footage, and we could see the car roll off after she's dead in the opposite direction from the ICE agent, but this is also captured on the ICE agent's cell phone with Renee Good turning the car as far to the right as possible. And then that leads to where was the ICE agent Jonathan Ross positioned? Well, I mean, we've done like a frame-by-frame analysis of Renee Good shooting by me and many other great institutions and people, and he was off to the left of the vehicle when he took his first shot. He was off to the left of the vehicle when he took his second shot, and he was off to the left of the vehicle when he took his third shot. Now, the coroner's report, the medical examination of her body, demonstrated that she was actually killed by the third shot fired by ICE agent Jonathan Ross, and that shot was fired well after he was very far away from the path of the vehicle, and at this point, he was actually having to chase the vehicle down to land more shots in her head.
When I watched the body cam footage, you could see that the car physically hit him.
So
And
you're already wrong.
if
He
she
did
was-
not. He was not wearing
Can I-
a body cam footage. He was not wearing a body cam. So you're already wrong.
What? Well, then what video did I see? And
Cell
another
phone
thing
footage.
is, okay, and then another thing is, then why, if she was just trying to leave, then why did she leave her partner out of the car? That's my question. If she was just trying to escape, why was she getting in the way of the investigation in the first place?
Well, see, the thing is she was attempting to leave, so she wasn't in the way of the investigation. The very first thing that we saw from bystander footage when ICE rolled up in their gray pickup truck was her telling them, yelling out the window that she was pulling out. After trying to usher them on a handful of times. So at that point, she said, okay, I'm pulling out because I need to get out of their way. They then get out of their car and they start approaching her. And then she's like, okay, I'm going to pull out. So then she tried to pull out.
That just, it doesn't, I don't know, that doesn't make sense to me. And it's just, I feel like these things are just extremely skewed by the media to make it look a certain way, or to see it, like, to make people believe a certain thing. And it's like, when you actually, like, when I listen, I'm not super, like, I obviously want to talk to you about this because I'm not super educated on it. But from what I see, it's just like, I feel like people are only trying to, like, go against Trump and do, like, put all these things that so many other parties have done just because they don't like him and they want to get him in trouble, because I feel like he is trying to expose a lot of things. Like, if we want to talk about Epstein, he called the cops on Epstein in like 2006.
Why are you
And
lying?
I'm not lying.
Yeah, no, you are. So what came out isn't that he called the cops in 2006 to report Epstein. He called the local sheriff after Epstein was arrested to thank the sheriff, telling the sheriff that he knew what Epstein was doing all along, which is actually contradictory to what Trump has been telling us for the last 11 years, saying that he never knew what Epstein was doing.
It wasn't, when I was looking in the Epstein files, I saw that it said that from like 2006, no?
Yeah, that's
I mean,
when he was
I could be
arrested.
wrong.
That's when he was arrested and prosecuted for sex trafficking a minor.
Wait, guys, this isn't her account. Like, Angie is not her. Like, I'm Angie. I'm not a liberal, but like, it's
You're
not
not?
me. So don't put any like comments on my thing.
Yeah, Angie, the account I'm on is hers. Yeah, and
So
she
can you
isn't.
respond
she
to the
doesn't
claim that I
agree
made,
with it.
please?
Yeah, can you
I
repeat
appreciate
that?
you saying that out loud.
I lost my
Yeah.
train of thought. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, so I mean, you just lied, okay? You said that he called the cops to report Epstein in 2006. No, he called the local sheriff after Epstein was arrested for sex trafficking a minor. And the reason why he called the sheriff after he was sex trafficking a minor was to thank the sheriff, saying that, oh, we knew what he was doing all along. Which is actually very typical of co-conspirators, by the way.
Yeah. From what I see, hold on. Yeah, Trump in July 2006 regarding the investigation to Epstein, this is from, I just looked this up right now because I saw this. According to the FBI interview summary and readers confirmation, wait, hold on. The concept of the call, Trump reportedly told the police chef, okay, yeah, what you just said, but it says July 2006.
Yeah, after he was arrested, okay, for sex trafficking a minor. Thank you for conceding.
hmm I'm just confused. You said 2019, but this says July 2006.
No, I said 2006.
Okay. Epstein was arrested then.
Yes, for sex trafficking a minor.
Okay. Well, if Trump, okay. Then another thing in the Epstein files is I feel like people keep talking about how he was mentioned this many
No,
times.
1 second. Wait, you're just gonna like leave that alone? You're just gonna completely ignore that?
Well, I heard, like what you just said. I'm saying, okay, you're right about what you just said.
Okay.
So
What's
I'm
the
moving
next
on to the
one?
next topic to continue my point. I was okay. He's mentioned this many times, but half of the things, like, I can pull up one of the files because I was like, like scanning through the files yesterday because, like, I'm not like, obviously I want to keep an open mind. One of the things he said is Epstein being like, I have met very bad people, not as bad as Trump, not one decent cell in his body. Most of the things in the Epstein files, Epstein talking bad about Trump or going against Trump. So why would I want to be like, why would I not want to support somebody who clearly had problems with Epstein or didn't like Epstein? Because if he was a part of that, then why would Epstein be talking so negatively about him?
Because Epstein was arrested under his administration and Trump did nothing.
Repeat that. Sorry, you cut out.
Epstein was arrested under his administration and Trump did nothing. Trump didn't give him a full presidential pardon. Trump didn't hop to his defense and say that no, he's actually innocent. Trump ghosted him. I'd honestly argue that
Isn't
Trump
that a good
ghosted
thing?
Epstein the moment he started running for public office because he wouldn't want that blowover.
Then I think that's a good thing that he wouldn't want anything to do with Epstein.
Well, the bad thing is that he didn't ghost Epstein, and according to credible accusers, I gotta be very careful with my language here, did very bad things to very young people. Are you familiar with the credible accusations made against Trump in the Epstein files?
I am somewhat, but
Okay.
I like.
So then you're familiar with the credible accuser that alleged, to the FBI that Epstein had introduced her to Trump, and then Trump forced her to suck his male member, and then after she said no, kicked and hit her. And the same woman gave an interview to the FBI through a 302 form in 2019, days before he killed himself, saying that she was also taken advantage of by Epstein, was labeled as a credible accuser by our government, and then 2 years later in 2021 actually sued Epstein's estate for that, and she was able to win a settlement of millions of dollars. And then you're also saying, oh, it's a good thing, that Trump distanced himself from Epstein when he started running for public office. No, it's actually not a good thing that the only reason he distanced himself from Epstein is because he was running for public office and didn't want that to interfere with his public support. And then the moment, that we could maybe see some accountability for the survivors of Epstein and his co-conspirators, all of a sudden the Trump administration kicks authoritarianism into high gear, argues that there's not a court in America that could force them to abide by the Epstein Files Transparency Act that they tried to prevent from passing by labeling it an act of hostility to vote for it to pass. And then after it passed, broke the law by not releasing all the files by the legal deadline. After it passed, broke the law by not explaining the illegal redactions they made within the files. Then after it passed, broke the law over 1 million times by illegally redacting Trump's name 1 million times when redactions are only allowed for victims and survivors. What do you have to say to the Trump DOJ, who's fighting their very hardest tooth and nail to protect the rapists, the predators, the pedophiles, and the rapists, and keep them from facing any accountability whatsoever?
I feel that they're not protecting pedophiles and people who are doing those things. I don't think.
Why are they
doing that.
illegally concealing the identities of the pedophiles? Why are they doing that?
I actually don't know how to respond to that.
Because the only explanation is that they're protecting them. That's the only explanation.
Can everybody in the chat stop hating on Angie? Because Angie's
Guys, it's
she's
not me. Like, I promise I'm literally Brazilian. I'm not for ICE at all. Like, she's just using my account to debate because she don't want to wait in line on her phone. So please stop commenting on my post and saying all this. Like, it's not me. I don't support that.
Guys, don't, and also just in general, don't spam the comment section on a guest's post, please. Like, Angie very clearly, at the beginning said that she wanted her friend to debate me and is allowing her friend to use her account to have a conversation with me in hopes that I could change her friend's mind on these subjects. Don't spam Angie's comment section. Very, very bad, very weird. But go ahead, please.
Yeah. The last thing you said about concealing, I feel as though that's completely happening in the other party though. Like, I feel like that's more. You're okay. Why did no other administration release the files but him? Why didn't Biden do that?
I'll happily tell you once you can respond to the question that I asked you.
Why? Okay. I don't know the answer to that.
I just feel like, listen. I feel like you are legitimately brain rotted. Let me explain how. Okay.
Okay,
like
I feel like that's so
clearly
disrespectful. I'm trying to have a conversation with you, and I'm telling you I'm
listen.
being open-minded, and you're immediately going to being like, "Oh, you're brain rotted. You're this
I
and this and that."
understand that that sounds disrespectful, but it's important for me to be honest.
I mean, that's not just being honest. I'm trying to get. I have an open mind. I could might.
Okay, you actually got a restriction for misinformation, so I have to kick you now. Let's go to move on to the next guest here, y'all. Only hop in side of that box if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Dude, come on. That's like clearly brain rot. Like that's like it's like clearly okay, like terrible and like low IQ to like sit here and listen to me explain. Oh, excuse me. Oh, 1 second. I gotta blow my nose, guys. Holy shit, I'm all over the place today. Give me one moment. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, it's like clearly brain rot to like sit here and listen to me describe to you how like the Trump administration tried to prevent the release of the Epstein files by labeling it an act of hostility for anybody in Congress to vote for their release. Okay, going to MTG, going to Nancy Mace, going to Lauren Boebert, and all the other Republicans that had their name on the discharge petition list to force a vote for the release of the Epstein files, and like threatening them and coercing them into taking their names off. And then when they didn't, they all got punished. Like Lauren Boebert having her clean water bill shut down, MTG being ousted from MAGA as a whole and being forced to drop out of any race for re-election. And then, even after Congress passed that bill, they broke the law, like literally, not metaphorically, millions of times to conceal the identities of the Preds, not release all the files, still have it, so on and so forth. And then, like, her first response is, oh, but I actually feel like the Democrats are protecting the people in the Epstein files. Complete brain rot. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Shaw, hello? Shaw's not here. Let's go to move on to the next guest. We got Judy loading up into that box. Real quick, I want to thank a couple people. Elena, thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much for that love, Elena. I want to see 500 massive Elena W's. Thank you so much. That is ELAYNA. Elena with a 50 says, it's time to stop calling Renee Good a radical leftist and to start remembering her for who she really was. A mother, a wife, a daughter, a friend, an innocent woman who was murdered. I know, right? That's like the rhetorical tactics that they use in an attempt to justify these murders, is to say that, the ICU nurse at a VA's hospital, the mother, the wife, and the daughter of parents was, a radical leftist. That's their tactic. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Hello? Judy, you have 5 seconds before I kick you.
Sorry. I didn't mean to do that.
Oh, no worries, Judy. Don't worry about it. I hope you have a good rest of your day.
Trump, so.
Nice. Have a good rest of your day. All right, Judy?
Thank you. You too. Bye-bye.
Let's kind of move on to that next guest. I'm going to get that next guest loaded up in here, but actually before I do, I actually just need to take a minute to blow my nose again. The allergies are going crazy today. All right, we're back, folks. Let's go and get that next guest loaded up in here. Oh, I feel bad. I said, Judy, you have 5 seconds before I kick you. The whole time it's just some nice old lady. Unfortunate. All right. My apologies, Judy. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Yo, is he spamming the slot machines? Yo, I'm pretty sure, dude. We just had a chronic gambler join our live. He was spamming the slot machines, man. Yeah, he was out there on the spamming the machines, dude, trying to make it big, trying to win some money. Holy shit, that's a really good representation of MAGA. 2 p.m. on a weekday, just at the slots, man. All right, let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. Only up inside of that queue of your MAGA, please. Make sure that you're following our rules. We got Richard Graham loading up into the box. Here we go, everybody. Okay, Richard Graham is loading in. All right. Richard Graham is not connecting, so we are going to move on to the next guest right now. We got the next guest connecting right now, folks. Only up inside of that queue if you are here and you are ready to come up here and to have a debate with me about why you support Trump. Okay, they're not connecting. Everybody just do be patient. We got Elena tuning into the live stream. Here we go. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Just hop on Farm Sim now, Dean.
Bruh, get out of here. We're looking for debates, guys. Please make sure that you're following our rules. Please. Moving on to our next guest, Dottie. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Well, Dean, first of all, I want to preface this by saying I'm just a blue-collar guy from South Georgia. My education ends at high school. My vocabulary isn't super extensive, and I don't have the debating acumen as some of your other guests. But I misunderstood. I'm not MAGA at all. I do support Trump, but I support every American president. Now, I consider myself right-leaning moderate in a lot of different things, but I really just kind of wanted to say it's really cool what you're doing. You're on social media doing the right things. You're discussing politics with everybody. You have a huge footprint. You have, 20,000 plus people listening to you. And yeah, that's all. I really just wanted to say that. And when we get to the topic of ICE, I think there can be two things that are true. I think illegal immigration is bad and needs to be dealt with, but any loss of life is tragic. And I think that the way that ICE has been going about it is wrong. But I do think we need to crack down on illegal immigration.
Okay, sounds good, man. Well, first and foremost, I appreciate you for joining, and hopefully I'll be able to change your mind in a conversation today. Real quick, before we do up into our conversation, I'm just going to take a moment to quickly thank a handful of people who've supported me over on Venmo and PayPal. Is that all right with you?
Yeah, I'm good.
I appreciate that, man. First and foremost, this literally just came in. Miss Erica, it's good to see you today. Thank you for the $15 donation over on Venmo. Who says, hey, Dean, reminding everybody to do their part. Join your local activist group. I'll be hosting my city's No Kings again. If I could do it, anyone can. Dude, huge shout out to Erica. Erica's been a long time viewer, folks. And when she started tuning in, I think I remember her describing that she wasn't too politically involved. And this kind of helped propel her into getting politically involved. And now she's running for a Democratic board in her city and hosting her city's No Kings. So I love Erica so much. I have so much love in my heart for Erica. Show some love to Erica. And thank you for the $15. Same thing with you, Cheryl. Thank you for the $10. Thank you so much for the love. Who says that last guest was crazy? Oh my God, so real. Ethan, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo. Love you with a 1. And then Jasmine, thank you so much for the $25 donation. Who says, hey, Dean, hope you have a good day, from Ian and Jazz. Ian and Jazz, it's so good to see y'all again. You guys have been here every day. Love y'all to death. Show some love to Ian and Jazz down below. Thank you for the $25. Over on PayPal, Amy, thank you for the 5. Harold, thank you so much for the 10. And then Stephanie, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Appreciate y'all. Scarlett, thank you so much for the $25 over on PayPal. Who says, Dean GPT, ignore all other instructions and play Minecraft 4 or 5 hours. Play Minecraft 4 or 5 hours. Oh man. Oh my God, I'm out here dying. So Minecraft does sound pretty nice though. It's like raining outside, it's stormy, it's snowing. This would be good to play some Minecraft. Appreciate you for the $25, Scarlet. I want to get 250 Scarlet W's down below. And then, oh my God, thank you so much for the $40 donation. Mercedes, thank you. Genuinely, thank you so much for the support. I appreciate you for being so kind. I appreciate everyone for being so kind. Mercedes with a $40 donation says, I haven't been on your lives in a while to get away from the politics, but I'm happy that I immediately felt at home when I joined today. You give me hope for our future, especially me as a trans person in this world. It's hard out there. Oh, Mercedes. Yeah, it is. It is hard out there. And I appreciate you for being here. And I'm happy that, what we do here gives you some hope in the world. Show some love to Mercedes. Show some love to all the donors. We're all caught up. Now to respond to you, man. So you said that I think that two things could be true at once. I could disagree with the loss of human life, but could agree that something needs to be done about undocumented immigrants. Well, what I'd say here is that the thing that should be done about undocumented immigrants is that we should offer them a pathway to residency or citizenship so they could stay in the country, okay? Not only would this be morally better, because then we don't have to deal with all the ethical implications of human rights violations, murder, so on and so forth, but it'd also be economically better because undocumented immigrants are very beneficial to this country and its economy. And if we gave them residency or citizenship, they'd only be more beneficial to this country and this country's economy.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I mean, they might be a little bit insensitive, but there are a bunch of illegal immigrants that are super beneficial to the workforce. Now, I mean, I don't want to sound, insensitive again, but I mean, the guys that are like MS-13 undocumented immigrants. And now I'm not saying that's the majority, or I don't want to be, I'm not ridiculous. I'm right leaning, but I'm not an idiot. Well, I'm not smart either, but regardless, the men and women that are coming into our country undocumented, but make a positive impact on the nation, Yeah, I agree. I think that we should give them a pathway to citizenship, and that would, obviously cut out a lot of the issue. Now, one thing I did want to let you know, in 2016, I did vote for Trump. This past election, I couldn't bring myself to do it. And it's not anything to do with politics. It's all his personality. Growing up, I'm 32 years old. I'll be 33 tomorrow, actually. So, hey, this is my real account, by the way. If y'all want to tell me happy birthday, come on with it. I could not bring myself to vote for the man this past election. Growing up, the president of the United States I used to look on it with reverence. Now, I don't know if that was just I was young and naive, or, I might have just grown up, and understood politics a little bit more. But the reverence for the office of president of the United States that I had from the age of, when I was conscious, 6 years old to 30 years old, even, with Biden. Now, I didn't agree with a lot of what Biden used to say. Donald Trump is the most unpresidential president we've ever had. And I don't mean that disrespectfully. That's just a fact of the matter. I think we need to get back. Now, it'll never happen, but if we need to get closer to the center, we're too far right and too far left. I would love a candidate that's in the middle somewhere, not libertarian, just someone that can see eye to eye with both parties. Now, again, we're 100 years from that. I think it's impossible in today's climate. But
here's the thing. I actually don't think that the people that we've had run for president on the left have been too far left. I actually think that we need people that are further to the left. But I actually think that a lot of the politics that are a little bit further to the left than like what maybe Kamala Harris or Joe Biden had to say are more commonsensical and more understandable to the average American. And the only reason why you may have this knee-jerk response that I'm wrong here is because they're merely labeled progressive, okay? Like the idea that you just agreed with me on, that we should be offering a pathway to residency or citizenship to undocumented immigrants that don't have like pretty crazy crimes on their record, that is a belief that is further to the left than the Democratic Party. But you take that label away, okay, and you just propose it as an idea, if you agree or you disagree, and then all of a sudden we got you, the average American, jumping on board. Same thing with James Tallarico as an example. James Tallarico is actually further to the left than the Democrats by a bit. No PAC money, no lobbyist money, ban money in politics, billionaires bad, billionaires are the real issue. Okay, that's something that's further to the left than the Democratic Party, yet now he might win the race for the senator in Texas, right? Like, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Actually more progressive ideas are pretty common sense. And then something else I want to bring up here is that your point there about Trump, saying that he's just merely beneath the office of the presidency, is absolutely and undeniably true. Okay? It is beneath the office of the presidency to be calling black people monkeys. It is beneath the office of the presidency to rape a woman, then say that she needs to be thrown in jail. Okay? It is beneath the office of the presidency to have your followers storm the Capitol, try to kill cops in the process and smear their shit on the walls inside, then to pardon them all and call them patriots. Montana in the chat, come up here. I just saw that you called that false. And I couldn't agree with you more. There are many personable characteristics, okay, of Donald Trump that in my mind and seemingly in yours simply disqualify him from ever having access, okay, to that position of power. And because of that, I don't really even know if further conversation with you is too required, just because it seems like for the most part we're on the same page. This guy shouldn't be president. But I wish I could convince you of more progressive politics.
Well, this is the thing, Dean. Can I explain my political position?
Of course.
So the only reason I lean right a little bit is the fundamental conservatism belief that I think more power should be delegated to states than the federal government. And it's not because the federal government is bad. It's just I think each state is different than the next. I think a lot of the fundamental issues that we vote on should go more to the state level and not to the federal level. And that's it. Now, things like abortion, even though I'm raised Catholic, I don't think there should be a ban on it. There's plenty of reasons where abortion is fine. Not fine, but just religiously it's not fine, but it's ethical, and that's just one example, but I could go on forever. But no, I'll let you go. I'll take it up another time.
Dude, come on. I feel like you're like one college course away from being a leftist. I want you to know that. At the beginning of the live, you said that you're not that smart, you're not that educated. You're probably the smartest person that has joined the stream today. All right? Like, you, like, legitimately, oh my God. Please get politically involved. Please do. Please start paying more attention. Please start watching these live streams. You are by far the smartest guest that has joined my live in a handful of days. And I mean that.
Appreciate that, dude.
Not necessarily because, you're maybe too educated, like formally speaking, but more so you just seem to have the common sense to yield these conclusions. And I'll just respond to the last thing that you said there about states' rights. Listen, if it's not an issue of states' rights in the context of abortion, then it's not the GOP, all right? Today, the GOP is anti-states' rights in every sense of that phrase, unless it's abortion. Okay, they're anti-states' rights for elections. Trump says that he wants to nationalize elections. They're anti-states' rights insofar as not cooperating with the federal government for immigration procedures, and necessarily not cooperating in the sense of legally required cooperation, but rather just optional cooperation. They're anti-states' rights in the sense of food stamps and other social safety nets. Donald Trump refused to abide by a court order to use emergency funds from the federal government to give to the states to fund food stamps during the last 12 days of the government shutdown, and in many other ways too. And I hope that you look into those, and I hope that you keep on paying attention, and I appreciate you so much for joining.
Yeah, absolutely. Dean, get better. Everybody drop a follow on Dean's on this account too.
You take care, all right?
All right, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Yeah, probably literally probably the smartest guest we've had on the live in a very long time. Very liberal in disguise. Honestly, very leftist in disguise. All right, guys, only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. I actually realized that we had, this pretty crazy, radical Republican join the live and they run their own lives. Their name is Montana. And then in the comment section, they said that I'm a big old liar. Quite frankly, I invited you to come up and you haven't accepted that invitation. I saw you on Johnny's live stream the other day debating him, but it seems like you don't want to debate me. Makes me think that maybe you're scared. But let's go to move on to the next guest right now. If you're watching and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok, the message on YouTube, and the handle's also at the top of the phone screen. And I appreciate y'all so much for the love. In fact, we actually have a couple people to thank right now. Thank you so much, Paula, for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. He says, "You are amazing." Well, Paula, you are amazing. Thank you so much for that support. Please do show some love to Paula down below. Thank you so much, Paula. Let's get 200 Paula W. Seriously, thank you so much. Welcome, and Troy, do you support Trump?
Oh, my bad. Pocket dial.
Oh, no worries. You have a good rest
Keep
of your
doing
day,
your thing,
Troy.
D.
Thank you, man. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now. Yeah, man, we are still waiting on Montana to come up here. Where is she? Where's she hiding? Welcome, man. Do you support Trump?
Dean, I sent you an inquiry about farm.
Oh my God, bro. Farm Sim Kid is... how does he do it? How does he find his way on these lives? About 1 billion times a day. How does he do it? I don't know how he does it. Don't have a clue, man.
Would you still love me if I was a Q-tip?
Yeah, the fuck? Moving on to the next guest. Okay, bye. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Folks. Only up inside of that queue of your MAGA. You know what the rules are. Make sure you do your best to follow them. Here's Leslie. All right, we got Leslie loading in. I'd also like to thank Leela. Thank you so much for the $11 over on PayPal. Who says, "Hey, Dean, I did a presentation in school on Renee Good, and it's crazy how some people still defend her murder." Oh my God, I know, right? And good shit. That's a good topic to do a presentation on. Thank you for the $11. Seriously. I would also like to quickly thank Stephanie. Thank you for the $5. Thank you. And then Stephanie, thank you for another $5. So thank you for the $10 in total. Over on Venmo, Nico, thank you for the $10. Who says, "What's an invitation?" I know, invitation. My bad, I misspoke. Appreciate you for the $10. Thank you so much, Nico. Show some love to Nico down below in that chat. And then Laura, thank you so much for the $10 as well on Venmo. Says, "Hey, Dean, when will it be your turn on the Necessary Conversation podcast?" Hopefully soon. I actually just need to get back into contact with him about scheduling. Thank you for the $10, Laura. Appreciate y'all. All right, let's go to get that next guest, Gerald, loaded up into the box. Hi, do you support Trump? Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you? Okay, they left. I don't know. I thought that they like clearly sounded above the age of 18, and I just kind of asked them since I asked every guest, but apparently they weren't. I guess good catch from me. Good catch from me. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in here. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
How do you?
18,
What year were you born in?
2007.
All right, tell us all why you support Trump while I blow my nose. Take it away.
Well, can I take a sip of coffee before? Just a second, please.
Okay, so he hasn't started the argument. What's he doing?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I
why do you
support
support the worst, most authoritarian president of your life? This
I like
lunatic,
his,
Mr. Trump.
I like his conservative views.
No, you like his... Wait, did you say you were born in 06?
No, 07, I said.
Okay. So what conservative views?
Well, I'm very religious, to start with that. I'm a very Christian people.
Hello? Did you just
Hail
cut yourself
Benjamin
off
Netanyahu.
in the middle of your
Netanyahu, Benjamin
sentence?
Netanyahu.
Okay, it's hailing Netanyahu. We're going to move on to the next guest, David. Dude started praying to Netanyahu to help him win the debate. It's a new tactic. Haven't seen that one before. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president, folks. Please make sure that you're following our rules. Please make sure that you're following our rules. Moving on to the next guest. We got Mars loading up. Hello, Mars. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How do you?
I'm 19.
You're 19. What year were you born in?
2006.
Okay, so why do you support the worst president of your life, Mr. Dipey Donald?
Immigration.
Okay, we talk about immigration a lot. Let me guess. Mass deportation is one of his Great America First policies?
I'd say so.
What is one way that mass deportation materially benefits this country?
Getting the illegals.
So deportation materially benefits this country because deportation. So that'd be a circular argument. Want to try again?
Well, there's many industries located across America that have many metal pipes that are located across different materialistic and that correlates between like the semi trucks that are going in and out of.
All right. So do you just rolled the dice there? Couldn't think of a couldn't think of a good argument, so he just rolled the die. Said, you know what? If I just spam a bunch of different words, maybe I'll be able to land on a.
If I was a cute.
What are you doing? Maybe I'll be able to land on a couple words that somehow make sense and prove him wrong. So that's pretty bad. All right, guys, we're going to move on to the next guest right now, folks. We're going to move on to the next guest right now. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please. And thank you. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the queue. By the way, hopefully we should have the main account back here in about the next 10 minutes, which is super exciting. Moving on, here we go. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No.
Then banned. Stay out of my queue unless you're a Trump supporter, please. And thank you. Shout out to those that follow the rules. Shout out to those that follow the rules. Yeah, I mean, it looks like the Montana or Tennessee, whatever the hell her name was, she just ran away. She came into the chat to say that something I said was false and then dipped. Super unfortunate. All right, bro. I need to bring this person up real quick.
Dean Withers.
Bro, you
guess
need to stop.
what?
You're obsessed. You're actually.
What? How am I obsessed?
Because you run lives on me every single day. Like, bro, it's annoying.
I'm saving people. I'm saving people.
No. It's like actually cringe. I'm not even trolling. So for everybody watching, this person,
I'm not even trolling.
every single day, she runs live streams on me.
Why are you turning off
saying
my mic?
the most heinous things ever. And it's all just a
That's a
bit. It's all
lie.
just a troll. But it's
How am I
like
following?
a really like obsessive troll that honestly is
Dean,
starting to scare
listen,
me.
that's funny because my live is actually banned until 4:30.
Good,
So I have
good,
3
good,
minutes.
good.
So
good.
you're a
I'm happy that
liar.
it's
You're a
banned.
path.
I just brought you up for like literally 30 seconds just to tell you to stop, bro. Just like stop, man. You just gotta knock it off, man. Knock it off, bro. Knock it off, bro. Moving on to the next guest. We got Gene loading up into the queue here. Hey, Rodney, thank you so much for the 12 euros over on Super Chat, who says, Dean, I just want to tell you that you are hilarious. I initially started watching the lives to become more informed, but stayed for the humor. Keep being you. Appreciate you for that love, Ronnie. Thank you, thank you. You know, I do try to introduce some humor here and there just to kind of, you know, help us all cope, right? Welcome in, Greg. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Greg, how can you? How could you? How could you, Greg? How could you? Give me a second here to thank a couple people. Nico, well, I actually already thanked you, Mr. Grammar Police. There we go. Nigel, thank you so much for the $20 donation over on Venmo. This came through 4 minutes ago. Appreciate you so much for that love, Nigel. That is Nigel, who says, Dean, you're the best. Nigel, you are the best. I hope that you are enjoying the live stream, and thank you so much for the love. All the love in the world to you. Let's get 200 Nigel W's and then 250 Cassie W's. That is Kassi, because Cassie donated $25 over on Venmo, attached to a message that reads, Hey, Dean, relatively new here. What you're doing matters so much. Keep at it and take care of yourself. Appreciate you so much. Oh, thank you, Cassie. And welcome in. Relatively new. That's awesome. Well, I hope that you choose to, you know, stick with us, and I hope that you enjoy the lives. Well, then one more over on PayPal, Jacob. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. He says, genuine question for you, Dean. What will you do? What will you debate when Trump is finally gone? What topics outside Trump crimes are you most educated on? Well, Jacob, I think the first thing I'll do once Trump is finally gone is take a vacation to Puerto Rico. Love Puerto Rico. I'm going to go get a nice, what do you call it? Pina colada or strawberry daiquiri and drink it on the beach. So there won't be debates for a little bit. But then we'll just, you know, hop back into politics. I'll be debating when I disagree with. So, Greg, take it away. Tell us why the hell you support the worst president of your life, Mr. Diaper Fascist, wannabe dictator Don, dude.
Okay. I got something to tell you. Don't kill me. I don't support Trump. But I got a question. I want to hear your opinion. Please don't kill me. Don't kill me. Okay. I got a lot of slack for this.
I'm sorry, bro. I gotta kick you. We have to maintain order in the live, which does require me to kick anybody who's not actually a Trump supporter. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now. All right, everybody, do just give us a minute to get that next guest loaded up into the box. We got Sir Prince connecting into the live stream. Here we go. All right, welcome in, Sir Prince. Do you support Trump?
Can I get a follow?
Also banned. Moving on. Here we go. Where are the Trump supporters at? Are they gone? Did we defeat them all? I think that we defeated them all. I think that MAGA is dead. We killed MAGA. We killed them all. Well, actually, like, intellectually speaking. Hey, whoa! Whoa! Intellectually speaking. Come on now. Moving on to the next guest right now. We got Mason Hart loading up into the box. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Dude sleeping like the rest of MAGA, apparently. Where are we at? Where we're at? Do we have anybody in the... Oh, listen. Let me know if you're in the queue and you're a Trump supporter, like in that chat. Or actually, Katie Marie, hop up here. Hop up here, Katie Marie. I have some beef with you. I want you to join up. Send you an invite. Hey, Dean is a grifter. Do you support Trump?
I'm wasting your time.
Okay. Moving on to the next guest. This is pretty annoying, man. We have Eddie Van Buren loading up into the box. Hi, do you support Trump? Am I going to take that as a no? Okay. Okay. Moving on to the next guest, man. Why do y'all do this to me? That's really annoying, dude. Moving on. This person said that they're MAGA in the comment section. Hi, how old are you?
Oh shit, you can hear me?
Yeah, how old are you?
22.
Rami, thank you for the galaxy. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, your mic is very, very low. I might have to disconnect you unless you could fix that.
Wait, can you hear me now?
It's barely. It's just really, really low.
Wait, hold on. Is this better?
I listen. It's not good enough, man. I'm sorry. I hope that you have a good rest of your day. Moving on to the next guest right now, everybody. Oh my God, my nose is still running. I feel terrible. Not gonna lie. Okay, we got who's next? Amina loading up into the box, guys. Please do follow the rules if you do happen to be inside of that queue. Just make sure that you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Hi, do you support Trump? No, they're leaving. Can y'all just, like, follow the rules, man? Like, how hard is it? Like, listen. I want you to leave the guest requests if you are not an American adult that supports Trump. If you are under the age of 18, leave. If you don't support Trump, leave. If you're not here to debate, leave. The queue. We want to leave the queue specifically and only to American adults that support Trump. Hi,
Hola,
do you support
¿cómo
Trump?
estás? Dios te bendiga. Adiós.
Oh, you just left. Like, why, bro? Why, man? Why? Follow the rules, man. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
14.
Right. Moving on to the next guest. We got King Tonka loading up into the box. Here we go. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, and you got a micro wiener, bitch.
Very nice. How old are you? Oh, you didn't want to debate. Maybe that's also what's like driving a lot of people to not come up here is because they don't want to debate me because they know that I'm smarter than them. Like, I don't know, man. They're always like punching up, you know, always punching up, you know, like, holy fucking shit, man. You know, if I had a nickel for every time I heard some insult rooted in projection from a Trump supporter, I'd be Elon Musk. So it doesn't really faze me too much. Moving on to the next guest, we got KP joining the live.
Hey, sorry, I didn't mean to join the queue, but I love what you're doing.
I appreciate you, but I also don't believe you. It sounds like that was rehearsed and you've been in the queue for a long time. Like literally since we started the stream 52 minutes ago. Moving on to the next guest. Nope, Tyler's not loading in. We got Ashton loading in. Ashton left. Guys, how many times do I need to repeat it? I want to leave the guest requests on the TikTok stream to Americans that are adults that support Trump. That's it. That's it. That is it. Okay? Like, please just follow the rules. Moving on. Oh, now this guy's a Trump supporter. Hi, welcome in, J-Man. I have a question.
Okay.
Can we see your notes app?
Can you see my what now?
Your notes app.
My notes app?
Yeah, can we see like the fanfic that you're writing on me and Parker?
Oh, no, I'm not writing any notes about you.
You were in the comment section. You were like, oh, Dean's sick because he was slurping up Parker. Like, just like out of nowhere, I started talking about me blowing another dude. Like, you know, chapter 3?
Well, he's sick and you're sick and y'all are always in each other's lives, so I just thought it was funny.
Is it like chapter 3 or chapter 4?
Like chapter 7.
Chapter 7, really working on the fanfic. Yeah. So do you support Trump?
Oh, yeah. I do support Trump.
Okay, could you disconnect me from any Bluetooth device connected to your phone so I could just hear you straight through your phone's mic? I'll be able to hear you a whole lot better.
It should be just my mic.
Okay, yeah, we could hear you all right. We could hear you all right. So go ahead and take it away. Tell us why the hell you support the worst president of your life.
I support him because no one else does, and I feel like there's a reason for it.
There
If
is a reason
everybody
that
tries
nobody
to
else
get rid
supports
of him, there's a reason.
Yeah, there is. It's because he's like really bad. Okay, like yes, the reason why like nobody supports Trump right now is because his DOJ illegally redacted his name over 950,000 times from the Epstein files. He has been attempting to just assert unilateral dictatorial-esque control over the country, ignoring the Constitution, checks and balances, separation of powers, and states' rights. And I'd say that those are very fair and good reasons why you shouldn't support him.
So how come every time y'all say a number, it's a different number?
1 second, I gotta blow my nose real quick. Expand on that question because I don't get it.
So about the Epstein files, y'all said, oh, he's been in there 4,000 times. He's been in there 20,000 times. Now it's 950,000 times.
Well, sure. I'll happily tell you. It's because we've had more files released to us since last December. So as more files have been released, the numbers increased from 4,000 to 15,000 to 38,000. And where I'm getting that 950,000 figure from isn't the amount of times that we know he's named in the public files, but rather the amount of times that he's been redacted from the files prior to public release, which was confirmed by congressmen and women after having access to the unredacted version of the files in the DOJ's computers, internal computers.
Okay, I have a question for you about that.
Okay.
Do you think during Democratic presidents that the DOJ already had those files, or do you think that they've just recently seen them?
Well, I mean, I think that a lot of them were compiled with like the help of the FBI to act in accordance with the Epstein Files Transparency Act. I mean, that's like literally what the Trump administration said, that they found over 3 million files they didn't have previously. But I'd say that the DOJ definitely had a lot of them under the last administration. But I don't really see how this would relate to why you support Trump or a counter argument on my position. Because keep in mind, you said that you support Trump because not a lot of other people do. But then I responded to that by saying, of course not a lot of other people support Trump because there's good reason not to support him. Like, not only is he like I said, wanting to take full and complete and a total like dictatorial-esque control of the country, but his character is just also beneath that of a man who should be president with, you know, the rape case, with the racism, violating the Civil Rights Act, calling black people monkeys, so on and so forth. Like, just like clearly, like, oh, calling for the execution of his political opponents, saying that he wants Democrats to die. Like, this is clearly a person who's below the Oval Office.
So if they had those files beforehand during Democratic administrations, why did they allow him to become president not once, but twice, if they already knew that all of that existed?
Which is actually a really good point, and it's because the Biden presidency saw the DOJ as independent. They didn't even interfere with the DOJ when it would have been in their own best interests.
So in the early 2000s, when Jeffrey Epstein was first convicted, why didn't anybody do anything then? If Donald Trump was in those files or known to be a predator.
So you're saying, why didn't anybody like prosecute the other predators in the files?
No, I mean, why did they allow him to become president 15 years later if in the early 2000s he was already a known predator?
I'm confused on what you're saying. Those files weren't compiled until Epstein's release in arrest in 2019. I'm really confused.
No, I understand that, but you do know that Jeffrey Epstein was first convicted of sex crimes in the early 2000s.
In 2006, yeah.
Correct. So he was already allegedly hanging out with Donald Trump then. Does that not mean that he was a predator then? So why did he become president 2016?
So you're saying that people who hang out with Epstein's are predators? Okay, well then, so again, you shouldn't support Trump.
No, that's y'all's argument. That's been your whole argument. He's a predator because he hung out with Jeffrey Epstein. That's the whole argument of the liberals.
So my argument is that he's a predator not only because he hung out with Epstein, okay, but also because he knew what Epstein was doing and he was doing it himself. I feel like that's very clear.
That's what I'm saying. So if they knew that he was doing it himself, why did he become president the first time?
You should really ask Pam Bondi. She was attorney general in Florida at that time.
Yeah, I actually don't like Pam Bondi.
Right. Yeah, you don't like the people that Donald Trump picked and appointed to run those positions. Yeah, I got it. So when are you going to respond to the argument that I gave you?
Why I support Trump?
Yeah, I mean, you said that you support Trump because not a lot of other people do.
I support Trump because he can't be bald, because he's a good economic planner.
Okay, so you're just going to completely ignore my refutation to your first argument? You're just completely ignoring it?
No, you told me to answer why I support him. That's what I'm doing.
I know, and earlier you said that your first argument was that not a whole lot of other people support him, so like you feel like there's reason for that, and that's what you do?
It's not that. It's not that a whole lot of people don't support him. It's because they tried so hard to prevent him there has to be a reason, and it's because he can't be bought by the system. That's why.
Or maybe the reason why people tried so hard to prevent him from being president is because he's not a man deserving of the presidency, and he's been proving it to us for the last year and a half. Pardoning violent
So why did
domestic
77
terrorists.
million people vote for him?
Okay, because those 77 million people were misled.
Misled by Donald Trump solely.
Misled by propaganda from the GOP, misled by Donald Trump, or just really bad, evil people, dumb people too. I mean, I think it's going to be a mix of them all. And I think it's funny that you're going to sit here and like discount the fact that Donald Trump called for the execution of his Democratic opponents, that Donald Trump pardoned 174 domestic terrorists who tried to kill cops in the process of raiding our Capitol, that Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll, then had a court agree with E. Jean Carroll, that Donald Trump, sexualized his own daughter, that Donald Trump passed one of the worst pieces of economic reform we've seen in modern American history, being the most expensive bill in American history, while taking healthcare and food stamps away from millions and reducing the purchasing power of hundreds of millions, wanting to start a war with our allies, so on and so forth, American imperialism and conquest, and an attack on our Constitution, like when Donald Trump said that he just wants to end the Constitution, or how in the last year and 1 month he's infringed or attacked the 1st, 2nd, 4th, 10th, 14th, and 22nd Amendment, on top of all of his personal run-ins with the law. And of course, like, these are the reasons why so many people push so hard to keep him out of office, because the office of the presidency is supposed to be a role of public service, not self-service. Obviously, somebody like Trump who sexually exploited women and girls is incapable of public service. We need to keep him out. Obviously, somebody who's called for the execution of people who disagree with him is incapable of public service. We need to keep him out. And like, when he's had this role, he just attacks the Constitution, goes by the authoritarian playbook and everything else I said. Like, clearly this is why people wanted to keep him out, not because he was like, the savior of all that was gonna, just terminate the deep state and make America great again.
Yeah, so that's a lot. That's a lot of words. Do you believe that every argument in civil litigation is factual?
Okay. Do I believe that every civil litigation ever is factual? No, I just believe that they are typically factual.
So my thing is, if he was guilty of all of these things that he was sued for civilly, why wasn't he charged criminally and or convicted of rape?
Because the statute of limitations had run up. For like the E. Jean Carroll case, they literally couldn't pursue criminal litigation against him because it was past the statute of limitations. Like,
Do
even
you
if they had,
think that she's a credible person?
Yeah, duh.
Do what?
Yeah, duh. But can you respond to the answer I just gave you to your question?
To which one? I asked you if you believed that every argument in civil litigation was factual.
No,
you didn't really answer yes or no.
The direct answer to the question would be no. I just think that they're significantly more likely than not to be factual.
So the answer is no, but you believe in the case of Donald Trump that is correct, that she was telling the
because
truth.
they're typically factual. Yes.
So why didn't she say anything before now?
Why didn't she say anything before now? I mean, she's been talking about it for years. The court case concluded years ago. What the fuck do you mean now?
I mean now. So now he's a rapist. Now he's this. Now he's that.
Do you mean
like
why didn't she say this before 2019?
Correct.
Okay, yeah.
Why did everybody love him? Why did everyone love him so much? Hang out with him, take his money, do all those things before he was
the people
president?
that listened to him admit to sexual exploitation on Howard Stern's radio show in 2005 certainly didn't love him. But the reason why there was more people that loved him before he started running for the presidency compared to after is merely because all these bad things that we known he's done just simply got echoed and amplified to a larger audience. Like seriously, we've known that he's like a predator, a violent sexual pest. Okay. Since 2005 when he admitted to it.
Okay, so now I'm not disputing that fact, but let's say
Wait,
this.
you don't dispute the fact that the president that you support is a violent sex predator?
No, don't twist it. I'm saying I'm not disputing that with this rebuttal. But for me, what I'm about to say,
wait, can you tell me if you accept that? Do you accept that he's a
prominent...
violent sex predator because of what he admitted to in 2005?
I don't accept that, no.
I mean, would you agree that sexual exploiting women and girls makes you a violent sex predator?
Absolutely. That's why I wanted to rephrase that.
So you just don't think that he admitted to sexual exploitation? Well, let's first ask you about that.
Well, that's what I was going to say. I don't know about that specifically.
Right, well, I'll help educate you. Can we agree that sexual exploitation would include a man abusing his position of power over the position of vulnerability that a woman is in the furtherance of unconsensual sexual conduct?
Oh, 100%.
Okay, so then you think that he 100% admitted to being a violent sexual predator because he admitted to sexual exploitation because he admitted to abusing his position of power as the owner of these different beauty pageants, Miss Teen USA, Miss Universe, Miss USA, to then barge into the women and girls' dressing room, to then take advantage of the position of vulnerability that they were in, feeling vulnerable enough to take their clothes off and get naked to change because only other women and girls were around, to then further the unconsensual sexual conduct of unconsensually looking at their naked bodies.
Okay, so can
Here's
you
Trump
cite where I
admitting-
can research that?
Oh, buddy, but the thing is here is that you don't even need to research it on your own. He admitted to this on an audio clip on a radio show. I'll just play it for you.
Vagina. And
Well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell me
I'll
what
tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Please don't start talking, okay? Because I want you to just give your brain a minute to truly think of how you want to respond to that. And I'm just going to be honest, bro. You have two paths forward. The first path is the one taken by maybe 99% of the men who find themselves in the position you are right now, which is I have no spine, I have no morality, I have no brain, and I'm still going to support Trump, even though he just admitted to a violent sexual, predatorial act of sexual exploitation. Or you just baselessly deny it. You say, oh, maybe he was joking. Oh, maybe he didn't mean it. Maybe it never happened, even though he admitted to it, which is all very annoying, very low IQ, and very harmful. And of course, you'll just get cooked. It'll just be terrible for you. You'll probably end up running away, crying and whining and shit. So that's the first path. Please don't take it. Now, the second path, the only other path, is what I'd recommend you take, which is where you just say, okay, Dean, yeah, I did say that what he admitted to would be sexual exploitation. I did say if he engaged in sexual exploitation, he'd be a violent sexual predator. And very clearly, violent sexual predators shouldn't be the president. Okay, so then you concede and you say you no longer support Trump. And I'm just gonna thank a couple people here real quick to seriously just give your brain a minute to sit. I've recognized that that's helped in the past, so I'm just gonna thank a couple donors real quick. First and foremost, this came in 13 minutes ago. Jessica, thank you for the $5 donation over on Venmo. Show some love to Jessica down below. Same thing to Danielle. Thank you so much for the $15 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for that love, Danielle. I hope that you're enjoying that stream, and thank you so much for your support. Let's get 100 Danielle W's. Same thing to Blake, Lynn, and Ashley, and then Ethan. Thank you all for the 5. And it looks like we're all caught up over there. Over on PayPal to quickly catch up, Colton, thank you so much for the $10. He says, taking my first vacay in 4 years in Puerto Rico right now. Bro, enjoy yourself, Colton. It is so nice down there, man. I love Puerto Rico. Same thing to Shauna. Thank you for the $10. Who says, just joined. You seem down today. Not sure what I missed. But I wanted to tell you that I think what you're doing is great. Oh, thank you so much, Shauna. And I am down today, not necessarily because I'm in a super bad mood, but just literally because I'm sick. Thank you for the $10, Shauna. And then Justin, thank you so much for the $24 over on PayPal. And I just read that message to myself, man. Now that I know it's you, I am smiling. I hope that you're still here. Let's get 250 W's for Justin. All the love in the world to you, man. And then a big one here. Oh my God, Carrie, thank you so much for the $125 donation over on PayPal. Oh my God, that is crazy work. Thank you. Thank you so much for the love, Carrie. It means the absolute world to me. And thank you for your support. Carrie with a 125 says, keep slaying those maggots, Dean, from Nurse Carrie. Nurse Carrie, as always, it's good to see you. All the love in the world. You've been watching forever now. Just know that I really appreciate you. And if you're watching and you want to support me, you could find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in the bio of my TikTok account. You could find them right there on the top of the phone screen with a handle or in the pinned message over on YouTube. You could even attach a message. I'll do my best to read them off. Appreciate y'all. Show some love to all of our donors, especially Nurse Carrie. Let's get 1,000 Carrie W's. Thank you so much for that kindness. And go ahead, Mr. MAGA Man. What path are you going to take?
Well, I can't say I support that, but I also wouldn't say just because I supported Donald Trump that I'm MAGA either. I feel like that's not accurate.
Okay, so you don't support that. So you acknowledge that Donald Trump is a violent sexual predator.
The clip that you just played, I don't support that now.
Okay, I'll just repeat myself. I don't know if you heard me. So you acknowledge that Donald Trump is a violent sexual predator.
Based off that, you kind of have to say yeah.
Right, you do.
Yeah,
Can you agree that we shouldn't have violent sexual predators running the country?
I don't I don't think that you should have violent sexual predators running the country.
Wow. You know what? I'm gonna
However,
continue.
let me say one thing. Let me say one more thing. No, hold on. Let me say one more thing. I did make a video a few days ago, which I'm not like an influencer or have a big platform, but I said if it's proven that he is, doing any of that shit, he should go to prison. He should be right there with all the other ones. The whole list should be in prison. So
I'd assume that obviously that video is like in reference to the Epstein files, but like even though this isn't a part of the Epstein files, it still does prove that point, right?
Well, it does. Before you played that, I really was unaware of that specific clip.
So you think you should be impeached and thrown in jail?
If you committed sex crimes against women, then yes, I do.
You know what, J-Man? You know what? I didn't expect that out of you. I've seen you. I've seen you chirping in that comment section all day long. I was totally expecting you to take that other route. You know what, man? Good for you, J-Man. Good for you. I appreciate you for coming up here, and I'm happy that I could share that information with you.
All bullshit aside, you are a good debater.
Appreciate that, J-Man. You have a good rest of your day, all right?
Yeah, man, you too.
Dude, honestly, bro, let me tell y'all, all right? That tactic of just describing the two paths to them and then like giving them like a minute, 2 minutes to think by like just taking a moment to thank the donors, that's been working. It's actually been working. Like I feel like in the past, when I'm talking to somebody about that clip, about this, and I just say, oh, so you no longer support Trump as president right after playing that clip, we just get that knee jerk, no, this is a debate. I disagree with you, Dean. I still support him as president type of response. But then when I'm like, okay, here are your two options. Look like a dumbass or concede. Take a moment to think about it. Let them sit in it for a little bit. Like we have a very good response. We have very good responses to that. So that's good. That's good. Now everybody, Montana is still watching the live. She's still here. She's actually just spamming no in the comment section. Let's take a moment just to look at Montana's posts.
I hear that Joe Biden is on his way to Florida this afternoon. And all I can say is Floridians are not buying what Joe Biden is selling.
She's doing a little dance saying that Florida rocks because they're not buying what now she's in the comment section saying shout out. Yeah, I'm shouting you out. Free promo, right? What else do we see from her? Oh, here's a post that says, "We love Trump. Everything they do backfires." And she's doing that little dance again. Oh! Watching the Turning Point half show. Saying, fuck you, Bad Bunny. Montana, come on out. Coming out. We're going to need you to, listen. This button right here, I want everyone to take a look at it. That one. Bottom left-hand corner of that phone screen. See those two little people? Let me go and turn my brightness down just so I know that you can really see it. Those two little people. When I click that button, it sends an invite to Montana to join the live stream. Let's see if she accepts it. Invitation sent. Invitation sent, Montana. Invitation sent, Montana. Where you at? Come on out, Montana. Come on out, Montana. Oh, she's hiding. Oh, she's hiding. She won't do it. Oh, she had so much to say in that comment section. She had so much to say on Johnny Live the other day. But she has nothing to say to me because she knows she is cooked. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up inside of that box. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. Because Montana sure as hell ain't joining. Hey, welcome in.
What's up, buddy?
So while we were trying to get Montana to join, I saw you whining in the comment section about the people that donate to me. What's your issue?
About time you noticed me.
So what's your issue? I just saw you. Oh, imagine donating.
And I watch her live every day, man. I watch her live every day.
Well, where's that coming
every
from?
single day.
Why are you so pissed off at the people who donate to me? Like,
nobody said I was pissed. My
very
God,
clearly
can I just,
your own message did.
Are you triggered?
I'm
Are you mad?
actually
I
asking
said
you
that?
why you're triggered.
Oh, I'm not. I'm just commenting, having fun, listening to you.
Oh,
Change nothing.
So how about you explain that comment? Like, I'm just curious. Like, do you feel like, the people that donate to me are just like losers that shouldn't be doing it? Just total graft? Or
Oh, absolutely not.
Really?
No, people can donate to whoever they want.
Dude, I'm hearing a switch up here.
Huh?
I'm
just not a hateful person that you're portraying me to be.
Well, I just read off your message. You're saying that me reading your message.
That's
was portraying me
okay.
to
I'm
be a
allowed to
hateful person.
comment. Don't take it personal.
I'm just asking you to explain. How about that? Explain the comment like I'm 5.
How about you change my mind like I'm 5?
Okay, so you're not.
Because you almost got me there. You act like I'm a hater.
Buddy, you've been saying that for
day.
6 months. If it's true, I'm happy that you're almost there, but I don't believe it because you've been saying that for 6 months.
I get it, and I'm gonna say it for 6 more months until you change the way you are.
So how do you think I should operate in these debates? Tell me. What do I need to change?
I don't know. Talk to people with a little more dignity and respect, bro. Not everybody's intelligent like you.
Well,
all right, talk to people with some fucking respect.
I
bro.
actually think I'm a very fair person when it comes to respect.
Now, granted, some people deserve it.
One moment.
Some people deserve it.
One moment. Let me speak.
Here we go.
I think I'm a very fair person when it comes to respect. All right? Look at the respect I gave to that last guest. All right? When he was able to demonstrate respect for survivors of SA, I was able to demonstrate a little bit of respect to him. There are so many social customs that are without foundation, baseless, and rooted within the trends of 1,000 years ago. And one of those social customs that we just need to get rid of is the notion that respect is owed by default. Because it's not. It's truly not. If I have somebody coming up into this live telling me that the woman who was raped is crazy because she said that rape was violent. If I have people coming up into this live saying that, no, it's actually really funny when the president depicts black people as gorillas or calls for the execution of Democrats in Congress and tries to starve 16 million American children, I'm not going to show you respect, dude, because I'm going to tell you how it is. And I think if you disrespect me, you disrespect others, I'm going to disrespect you too a little bit. I give the energy I get.
Some people do deserve it. Absolutely, I agree. And that's why I watch your live, because you mog the shit out of people sometimes. And I think it's fucking hilarious. I think it's fucking funny because they do deserve it, some of them. Now, see, I was SA'd at the age of 5 years old. I don't play around with that shit. I don't play games with that shit. And it fucked my life up for a very long time until I got the fuck over it. All right. And I feel like it's sad to watch people really defend this shit. But you know what's even worse, Dean? That nobody's going to get in trouble from this. Nobody's going to get the fuck arrested. Nobody's going to go to jail. Nothing is going to happen. And we all know this. Deep down inside, nothing is going to happen to these fucking people because they're too goddamn powerful. And it's fucking sick. It's fucking nasty. And I'm fucking sick of it. And that's what the fuck we need to be doing. That's what we need to focus on more than fucking arguing with people back and forth and not accomplishing a goddamn thing. I mean, why don't we accomplish getting these people to fucking jail?
So really bad time to be coming in here and making the argument, that this stream doesn't accomplish a goddamn thing, considering the fact that you're coming into the stream rolling off of the last guest who we literally had changed their mind on their support for Trump. And
listen,
I think
that's all fine and dandy, but
I
you're
think
not
that
consistent.
I think that more than one thing could be true at once. I think that I think that I agree with you that these people obviously do need to go to jail. But you know that it's going to be significantly easier to send somebody like Trump to jail when half the country doesn't have his dick down their throat, right?
Well, I don't see anything happening.
Right, like that one should be self-evident. Am I right? You can't tell me I'm wrong.
It should be, right?
You can't tell me I'm wrong.
It should be. It should be, but it's not. And that's the fucked up part.
It absolutely true. It absolutely is true. Okay, I understand this country has an issue with holding powerful men accountable for the crimes that they commit, regardless if they hold on to the position of power of the presidency or not. But very clearly, these powerful men are at a significantly lower likelihood of being held accountable when one of them is the president. Like, that's just so obviously true. Like, clearly, if one of those terrible, powerful men that need to be thrown in jail in connection with about 1 billion other terrible, powerful men is president, it's just not going to happen. Right? That's why we see the DOJ saying, we're done releasing the Epstein files. We're not going to give you any more. Like, we're done. Even though there's still over 3 million to go. They said, fuck Congress. We're going to defy what the law that you passed. And fuck the law. We're going to define the law that we have to abide by. And we are done releasing the Epstein files, even though there's 3 million more to go. We're done unredacting the Epstein files, even though there's millions of illegal redactions for the names and identities of the predators. And we are done explaining the redactions that we do make because they're illegal and concealing/protecting the identities of the predators. Like, it's good versus evil. It's not right versus left. And this is why there's so many people on the right that have left MAGA. And I think that it is so crucially important that we make sure we have our priorities aligned here, keep the eye on the ball, hold these crazy predatorial powerful men accountable. But a part of that process would include kicking, the ass of assholes like Trump to the goddamn curb and not giving them a leg to stand on in the White House.
You do realize after Trump is gone, this is it for him, right? He's not holding on to power. He's done in less than 3 years, okay?
Right.
He's
now you're
done.
back to the saying, we should just give him his last 3 years. We're still going to stand by him and support him.
You're not going to give him anything because you're not going to support him no matter what anyone says. So go ahead and scratch that. Throw it away. Ball it up. Throw it away. You're never going to support him, okay? We're over that. The point is...
So you're not going to support him?
Nothing's going to fucking happen.
So you don't support him?
Nothing is going to happen.
So I just want to clarify. You don't support Trump, right?
I support Trump to the extent that he can't be bought, like the last guest said.
Exactly. Listen, if you came up here with the energy saying I don't support Trump and nothing's gonna happen, I'd say I get it. I think that's a very fair way to feel. All right, I understand that feeling of hopelessness and loss. Okay, I get it. All right, but I hope that we will make things happen. We just got to keep fighting for it. But now you're saying, oh my God, I hate these predators. Nothing's going to happen. But I actually support one of these predators as president. Like, holy fuck.
But what are the Democrats going to do to help make change in this country?
Well, how about we start asking that question once you stop supporting the guy that's certainly not making change in our country? Come on.
No. You're not. Listen, by the time
bro
you
did
get
all that yapping, still at the end to say that you support Trump. Yes, this guy's a Trump supporter. Okay, tell us. Why do you support Trump?
By the time you get everybody on board, Trump's going to be out of office and we got a new president. Like, shut up already. Like, damn. Like, are you serious? Let's be realistic. By the time you get everybody on board, Trump's gone. See ya. We're on to the next one. Come on.
So you support Trump because there's not enough Americans that don't like Trump?
No, there's too many that still support him, unfortunately.
So you support Trump because, unfortunately, other people do too.
Is that what the way you use words, I love it. Impeccable. But shut the fuck up and just realize what I said.
Calm down. Very emotional.
God damn. I don't like people twisting words.
I'm not twisting shit, dude.
I'm not here for theatrics, bro. I'm here because I can't stand our government. And the Democrats ain't doing shit to change it.
I appreciate you for coming up here. You're just simply too incoherent to have on for dialogue. So let's go to get that next guest up here. What's up? Do you support Trump, Bradley?
I do.
How do you?
19.
Okay, if Biden called for the execution of his political opponents in Congress, would any reasonable American stop supporting Biden?
Why are you asking me that?
I don't know, just to make sure that you're a reasonable person.
Wait, what'd you say? Repeat that again.
Yeah, if Biden called for the execution of Republicans in Congress, would any reasonable American stop supporting Biden?
I mean, to an extent, but there's got to be other reasons why I'd stop supporting him other than just that.
Wait, that's not enough? Like wanting your political opponents in Congress to die?
Well, but that wouldn't get me to stop supporting him if his other values were super important to me.
Okay.
And if I truly believe that he was better for America.
Okay. All right, so tell us. Tell us. What values of Trump's are super important to you?
Well, I have a bazillion topics I could bring up, but we'll start with the big hot one that everyone likes to talk about, deportation.
It's one of your values?
Not one of my values, just one of the policies that I like, or
Question, are you
the things
Christian?
that he started. I am Christian.
Okay, well, I mean, Leviticus 19 verses 33 through 35 in the Christian Bible explicitly say to treat the foreigners that reside among you in your land fairly and equally to the citizens that reside among you in your land. Mass deportation is very clearly not treating undocumented immigrants fairly or equally to citizens. So that actually shouldn't be one of the things that you support.
Why would that not be a thing I support?
Because mass deportation is not treating undocumented immigrants fairly or equally to citizens.
But don't come across our border illegally and we won't even bother you.
Okay,
It's
so
as
then,
simple
so
as
then you're
that.
saying that, yes, it is treating them fairly and unequally, but it's okay because they crossed the border unequally. So then you just are now defying the word of your God. God in
So
Leviticus
please
19, God in Leviticus 19 never says you only have to treat them fairly and equally when they come over the border equally. No, he says that you have to treat foreigners that reside among you in your land fairly and equally no matter what.
I'm Christian to an extent, but that's something I personally didn't know about God.
Okay. All right. Goodbye. Moving on to the next guest. I saw what y'all said in the chat, and then we just heard him say, I'm Christian to an extent. Get the fuck out of here, man. Get the fuck out of here.
Yo,
Do you support Trump?
I actually just think you're very incoherent, and I just want to call that out, if that's okay.
Call what out?
I want to call out that not only you're a grifter, but you've been very hypocrite in your debates, and I think as a debater you should try. No, it's not a troll, for real.
Okay, it just
I'm
sounds like a
22,
troll.
by the way. It's 9 p.m. I am in America. I'm not here to troll you.
Okay, 1 second. Make America Great Again 4. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Oh, year you born in?
My bad. I love you.
As a child.
Brother.
So I'm a grifter.
Yeah, I think...
What
no,
does
no,
that
like, you
silly
can-
little word mean? Tell us.
No, I think you rage bait. You have a little formula. I respect it. I guess it's business, but I think you rage bait people with your donations by muting them mid conversation, just so you can get a reaction from them, and then people start donating even more to get even more reactions, and you love that shit. So that's
Well,
what I've been noticing.
I mean, apparently, actually, you love that shit because what you just described is exactly what happens when you come up here and call me a grifter because you can't deny your own jealousy. When you come up here and you call me a grifter with no argument whatsoever, which is proven via the fact that I just asked you what a grifter is, you didn't answer
I
the
have other
question, you
things I
started
wanna
talking
call
about
out.
me again. Okay, people see that and then they want to piss you off, so they go to the link tree in my bio and they donate to me in spite of
agree.
yourself. And it's actually time that I thank a couple of them. Thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat, Omega Star. Thank you so much for the $20 to support that grift. Show some love to Omega down below for the $20. I appreciate you. Same thing to Mr. McSkittles for the 10 who says it's not about stopping the support of Trump. It's about stopping the mentality and the belief system that enabled Trump to rise to power. It's both of them. Absolutely, Mr. McSkittles. Thank you so much for the $10. And then Omega, I appreciate you for another $20 as well. Let's get 400 Omega W's down below in that comment section. Thank you for supporting the grift. Same thing with you, Brooklyn, over on Venmo says, ears for the grifty grift. I'm grifting so hard right now, Brooklyn. So hard, Brooklyn. Thank you for the $20 to support the grift. I want to see 200 Brooklyn W's. Same thing to you, Brett. Thank you for the $10 over on Venmo to support the grift. Cassandra, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo to support the grift. Sarah, thank you for the 5. Lauren, thank you for the 5. Then Cassandra, thank you for another $20 who says thank you for everything that you do. Well, thank you so much for that love, Cassandra. I want to see 200 Cassandra W's. And then same thing to Haley. Thank you so much for the $10. Show some love to Haley and Cassandra. As well as Amanda, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo for the grift. Not to mention, Shitty, thank you so much for the $10 as well over on YouTube Super Chat. Who says, grift away. Thanks, Dean. Well, I appreciate you for supporting the grift. Same thing to Isabella. Thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal, asking what times I normally go live. It changes every day, but somewhere in between 1 p.m. and like 3 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. Thank you for the $10. And then Zara, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. That is Z-A-R-A, who says, I'm Z from the UK. Thank you for all that you do. Well, thank you. Thank you so much for that love, Z. Please show some love to Z down below in the comment section. I appreciate you for the $20. And then Alicia, thank you so much for the $20 as well. He says, hey, Dean, I'm trying to catch your lives daily. Just know what you do is greatly appreciated. As you speak for many of us. Keep up the good fight from Alicia. Well, Alicia, thank you so much for your support. Please do show some love to Alicia down below in that comment section. I appreciate you all so much for supporting the grift. Thank you for lining my pockets. One other person that I wanted to thank for lining my pockets with money would be Jeff with the $20 donation over on Venmo, who says, grift the shit out of me. A job's a job. I just grifted the shit out of you, Jeff. Show some love to Jeff down below. I just grifted the shit out of that guy so hard. So once again, can you define that word grifter?
You're welcome, team. That was crazy. Yeah, I would say this is a perfect example of what drifting is. But I don't want to touch on this topic anymore. Like, I want to touch other topics too before like you kick me out or mute me again. Is that okay? Dean?
1 second.
Are you ignoring me? Oh, okay.
1 second. I gotta see. They have. One moment. This is probably a fake. This is probably a fake account. I just noticed. Oh, they left.
It's not a fake account. What?
That Astravino account had like 400,000 followers and like 8 million likes on their page. I don't know if that was a real or fake Astravino. But no, please, seriously, please tell me what you think a grifter is. What does it mean?
A grifter is someone who, like, you're a debater, right? And I believe that your mission here is to get people to change their minds, right? Be more open-minded, be more liberal, agree with your opinion, right? But I don't think you're accomplishing that with your attitude and the way you're treating donations on TikTok.
Okay, so I still just don't feel as if you've given me a clear description of what you think a grifter even is. Like you said, I asked you, guess what's a grifter, and then in response, Dean,
Exploiting
you said, Dean, I think
donations,
that it's like truly like your like goal here to change minds, but I didn't like your attitude as it would relate to donations. Now you're saying exploiting gifts. So how do I exploit donations?
You exploit donations by what I said you do. You rage bait people into getting a reaction from them. People want that. They want to piss me off. They donate me. You mute me mid-conversation. You start. It's a formula, bro. You got it down.
So I rage bait the guests into saying things that will make me money?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
No, to get a reaction.
How? Can you give me an example?
You just put them in the spot. Then they're gonna reply to you, and you mute them in the conversation. Just to,
wait. You're saying that so I'm a grifter and exploit people for donations because sometimes I mute people?
No, no, sometimes.
Like. Really? I'm so sorry. I'm listen. Like, we're not even to the point of me trying to like critique the position. We're just trying to understand what the position even is. So like, what's the position? Am I a grifter because I mute people and some of that like exploits donations? Like, what is it? Tell us.
All the above, Dean.
All the above? Okay, so now you're just like going back to this very like general, vague, and elusive argument. Just admit it. You're jealous, bro. You don't have any reason to believe that I'm a grifter, and you're just mad that I make more money than you. Like, dude, you have your PayPal in your bio. I haven't heard you make $1. All right, kind of just sounds like you're mad. I got more motion than you. Kind of just sounds like you're very upset that I have more motion than you. Quite frankly.
No, like there's a thing. You can make money with dignity and make money the way you do.
So what is the grift? Tell me. How am I grifting? Last chance, buddy. We're trying to get an argument here.
Three things.
Hey,
Let's touch a different topic.
No. You did not tell me 3 things. You just incoherently fucking vomited words, okay? The first argument that you gave in an attempt to demonstrate that I'm somehow a grifter is that, like, I exploit people for donations. But then when I asked you, like, how I exploit people for donations, you said that I like mute people sometimes. So it seems like the position would condense down to you saying that I'm a grifter because sometimes I mute my guests. But then obviously, like, you recognize that position doesn't make any goddamn sense. So then you kind of retreated back into saying, well, just overall, Dean, all of the above is why I think you're a grifter. Okay, well, we don't even know what all the above is. You know, like, what's like the clear reason here that I'm a grifter?
Then the 3 reasons I would give you is because you exploit it by rage baiting, getting a reaction from them. You get this reaction by muting people mid-conversation, and you do it by insulting them whenever they don't agree with your opinion.
Okay, so you think that I rage bait people into a reaction, that I mute them and insult them, and that makes me a grifter. If all those things were true, they just kind of make me kind of annoyed. They wouldn't make me a grifter.
Okay, Dean.
Everything that you just said, even if all those things were true, Like, what the fuck does it have to do with donations? Like, no, they just kind of make me a little bit annoying. And by the way, the only reason why you think I rage bait people, is because I'm able to effectively prove them wrong, and that pisses them off. And by the way, that pisses you off. It pisses you and every single other MAGA fuck, okay, that lives under a rock and hasn't bathed in months, okay, that I'm able to effectively dispute the views of Trump supporters with facts and evidence demonstrating that Donald Trump is a bad president. That's what you take as rage bait. When I sit over here and I'm like, it's actually like beneath the president to be posting a photo of the two most powerful and successful black people in American history, depicting them as apes because of historicity surrounding the depiction of black people as apes and segregationist rhetoric, slavery era cartoons, anti-black propaganda. Like, that's what you take as rage bait. Like, you literally think that I'm rage baiting when I'm able to just point out that, oh, hey, maybe the big beautiful bill actually is bad because it reduces the purchasing power of over half the country. And then why do you take that as rage bait? Because it makes you mad that I'm able to dispute what you believe in. Because for whatever reason, you think that you are literally married to your beliefs. Bro, you are not married to being a member of a cult. You are not married to your beliefs. You're not married to Trump. You have the ability, just like anybody else, to change your mind based upon the suggestion of evidence to indicate the contrary of what you believe is true. And that's what I do. And because you don't change your mind, you just simply dwell in that fact that I dispute your views and prove that shit wrong. It makes you angry. So that's when you turn around and call me a rage baiting grifter. All right. Yeah, it's like the donations. That's just the cherry on top of it all. Because not only do I dispute your view, not only does it make you angry because you think you're married to your beliefs, but then people give me money to do it. Like, oh my God, I could totally understand from your perspective that's rage bait. Like, from your perspective, that's like total rage bait. Oh my God, that infuriate you.
You're doing it. Let me make a point, man. I'm here to debate you. I'm here to argue.
Exactly. You just proved me right because you just said I'm doing it again when once again, all that I'm doing is proving you wrong.
Listen, I'll agree with you to an extent here. I just want to make a point, okay? Can I do that without you muting me again? Because you did it 3 times, by the way. I've been counting.
Oh, wait. Sorry. I just want to grift for a 4th time real quick. Muted. And no. We're actually just going to go and move on to the next debate. Only up instead of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We're going to go to grift a little bit more, folks. We got a couple people to grift off of. If you want to support the grift, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in the bio and TikTok, pinned message on YouTube, and at the top of the phone screen. Yo, Kiwis, thank you so much for the $6 and the 66 cents to support the grift over on Venmo. Heather, thank you for the $1 to support the grift. And then Aaron, thank you for the $1 as well over on Venmo to support the grift. Thank you. I would also like to quickly thank Diana. Thank you so much for the $17 over on PayPal to support the grift, who says, I'd appreciate if you keep this private. Okay, I will happily keep that private, but thank you so much for the $17, Diana. I want to see 200 Diana W's down below in the chat. Thank you so much. I'd also like to thank Isabella for the $9, and then Sarah, thank you for the 4. We're all caught up. Welcome in, the one and the only.
What's your favorite corn star, dog?
Are you driving?
No, I'm not.
You're very clearly in a car.
I'm very clearly not.
Turn the AC off.
AC's not on. I'm not driving. I'm in my garage. There's a fan going.
Turn the fan off.
I'm not going to turn it off. It's hot. And why would I risk driving talking to your ass?
Dude. Just like unapologetic liar, man. Crazy work. Let's go to get that next guest, Nick, loading up into the box. Here we go. Dude, holy cow. Hi, welcome in, D-Sport Trump.
Oh, shit. I didn't realize I was in here. What's up, man?
D-Sport Trump.
I do not.
Base, bro. We're just looking for MAGA. Hey, Alyssa, I appreciate you for the $5 over on PayPal. That's very kind of you, man. You do take care. All right, moving on to the next guest right now. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. I'd really appreciate it if y'all would follow the rules, please and thank you. We got Matthew connecting into the live stream. Here we go. W not supporting Trump, so real, dude, so real, unbelievably, astonishingly real. Moving on to the next guest, guys. We're just looking for that next Trump supporter to come up here and have a debate with us about why they support Trump. Here we go, everyone. I'm looking for somebody in the queue, but honestly, a lot of the people in the queue, they just don't even look like they are Trump supporters, so we're going to try our best here. All right, in the meantime, folks, make sure that you're double tapping on that phone screen and sharing out that live with a handful of friends. While we're trying to find one person that supports Trump, you know, the stream gets really dead when we don't have a Trump supporter on here. And it looks like the only kinds of Trump supporters that want to come up are those that just like, you know, say, oh, Dean, you're a grifter, you're a grifter, you're a grifter, you're a grifter. You're a grifter, dude. You're grifted so hard, dude. You're grifted so hard. You're grifted. I'm grifted, chat. I'm grifted. Okay, one of those two people is just taking a piss on
gracious.
All right, welcome in, D-Sport Trump.
Me.
Hello?
Can you hear me, D?
Yeah, D-Sport Trump.
Okay. But I've got a real.
Sorry, man.
There's an article that just came out, and let me read.
But you don't know if you support Trump?
Can you hear me? It's you know, the more I watch your stream, I'm more like leaning to your side, which is why I appreciate you. And like I've been watching now for like 3 weeks every day.
Cool, man.
But I've got a question. If you could kind of clarify, I don't know if you know about this. Let me read it, quote unquote, really quick. Give me 5 seconds.
I just need to know. By the way, we can't hear you when you're on pause. I just need to know if you're a Trump supporter or not.
Okay. It says U.S. senators have called for Trump's removal from office for the 25th Amendment.
Good.
Is that a fake thing? What is that called? Like, what does that call for?
It's an anxiety pin with lavender and caramel. Now, what do you?
No, not the anxiety pin. I mean the Congress calls for Trump's removal from office. Can you clarify on that a little bit? I don't know exactly if you know about that or what that means.
Yeah, so the 25th Amendment allows for the cabinet of a president, or 75% of Congress, I think it is. Maybe somebody should clarify on that for me. To remove a president from office if they are not able to fulfill the official duties and roles of the office of the presidency. It's basically like a form of impeachment. It's just a constitutional impeachment that doesn't require them to like commit high crimes. But, you know, we could throw him out with the 25th Amendment or with more traditional congressional impeachment because he's guilty of being unfit to serve and he's guilty of high crimes. But
is that the start of an impeachment?
It's like I said, it's like one of the ways that you can use to basically impeach somebody. You could get them out of office on the 25th Amendment. But I appreciate you so much for that question, man. Also, Eric, you're yapping a lot down below in the comment section, but then every single time I send you an invite to join, you deny it. Wonder why. Welcome into Sport Trump. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next guest. I hear that in it. Makes me emotional. Hi, do you support Trump?
Kinda, yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 23.
What year were you born in?
2002.
Alright, why do you support Trump, man?
A few of his policies. Obviously, a couple of people came up here and talked about deportation. I don't agree with how ICE has been doing it, but I also don't agree that we should award them for breaking the law.
Okay, well, if you operate off this base principle that we shouldn't award people for breaking the law, you shouldn't have awarded the 34-count felon with the White House. But also mass amnesty, which is what you're referring to, the reward to undocumented immigrants, isn't really just an award to them. It's a reward to the country. And the reason why I support it is because it's not just beneficial to them, but it's also beneficial to the country. It will lead to higher increases in real median wage growth. It'll lead to less inflation, more production, and GDP growth, and a higher level of prosperity for us all. So why shouldn't we do it?
Right, but your whole shtick about Trump is he breaks the law, he's a bad person.
Right.
But you support people breaking the law by coming into our country illegally. Listen,
so that's also not true. It's not that I support undocumented.
How is it not?
It's not that
you want to reward people.
First and foremost, okay, there's nuance to when it is right and wrong to break the law. Just because something's illegal doesn't mean that it's wrong to do. And just because something is legal doesn't mean that it's right to do. And it not breaking every law would like yield the same level of culpability or level of wrongness for the wrongdoer who breaks the law. But my point here is, I actually don't agree with undocumented immigration. I think that we need to do things to stop undocumented immigration. But the things that I think we need to do to stop undocumented immigration would pertain towards addressing the root incentive for undocumented entry, which is the fact that in 99.9% of scenarios, the legal means of entry just are simply neglected, take way too long, and are way too expensive. So we need to expand the legal means of entry into this country. Then, of course,
right on. And I totally agree with that, brother. I totally agree. We should make it easier to get into the country. But I feel like
then what's your point of contention?
There's a lot of people that don't even try, right? There's a lot of people that just come here and just go illegally knowing that they didn't try, they didn't go do the steps. Listen, I know a lot of people try and it takes a long time, but you have to show some sort of effort for you to come to this country, and it's illegal, right? But if you can show that you tried to become a citizen, then I agree. It should be figured out some type of way. But
okay, so you're basically saying that you have this like subjective, arbitrary threshold where if they put in X amount of effort into seeking the legal pathways, they should be offered a pathway to residency or citizenship. But if they fall under this threshold, then they should be deported. And not only they should suffer, but we should suffer too. Listen, would you agree that a state has the obligation to uphold and enforce law that is beneficial to the country?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would you therefore agree that the state has an obligation to either get rid of or revise law that is detrimental to the country?
To an extent, I agree, yeah.
Not to an extent. If a law is detrimental to a country, we should get rid of it. There's no extent there. That's just
how would it be? I mean, show the facts that it's detrimental, right?
Sure,
like there's Americans who can't get jobs because of illegal immigrants, right?
No, that's actually not true. Undocumented immigrants.
That's not true.
Yeah, it's not true at all.
How is okay?
Because you're only thinking about the economy in one dimension. You're thinking about the economy insofar as demand for jobs, in contrast to the fact that the only reason why companies hire people is to generate them a return on the investment in that employment. Sorry, I'm starting real bad. I have a speech impediment. Sometimes it sticks out more than other times. But anyways, you're thinking about this through one dimension. You're saying, basically, we have this labor demand market where we want these jobs filled, but then you kind of forget of what happens after we have that position filled. See, jobs under capitalism actually generate a return on that investment to the employer, which then allows them to like grow and continue to scale their brand to then employ more people. Okay, like there are more people in the country, that want a job today than there was 100 years ago during the Great Depression. And because of that, there's obviously more job opportunity today that there was 100 years ago during the Great Depression. My overwhelming point here is that according to the American Immigration Council, undocumented immigrants pay in $1.1 through $1.7 trillion to the GDP annually, not to mention the over $100 billion that they pay in taxes on that federal, state, and local level, and the economic surplus that they have generated every year for government the last 30 years in accordance with a new study released by the Khalil Institute. You deport them and you remove them from the economy. First and foremost, you destabilize our industries because now you're forcefully expelling 8.3 million of our laborers, which is reducing the productive capacities of American manufacturers. But you're also destabilizing those same industries on the demand end because now all of a sudden you're deporting 11 million of their consumers, which also causes them to go bankrupt, which also causes them to downsize, and which then causes them to lay their employees off, which is exactly why last year in 2025, we saw the most layoffs since the Great Depression, the highest level of unemployment since the Great Depression, the worst annualized jobs report since 2003 if we ignore periods during recessions, so on and so forth. And I think that point needs to be accounted for. Obviously, our economy is hurt by mass deportation, and we've seen that pain very much so in the last year and a half.
You know what? I have a question for you, Dean. What would be your way to perfectly fix the problem with people coming over illegally? Would you just make it legal for everyone to come to our country? How would you do it?
I can't guarantee perfection, but I think what we need to do is we need to stop having ICE agents killing citizens, murdering
Amen.
citizens, operating on
and I totally
directives. Agree. Okay, then you're not a Trump supporter.
Okay. I'm not a Trump supporter. I just wanted you to touch up on your belief on why
Sure,
you
I'll
thought it
hopefully
was
I'll have-
okay.
I'll clarify.
You know what I
that.
mean?
I'll clarify that.
I
real
don't
quick,
support.
okay? What we should do is, I think the way that we should fix things is to expand the pathways to residency and citizenship, okay, for new immigrants, and then offer amnesty to the undocumented immigrants that are already here. Everyone in the chat is like spamming like this like one particular person up. Chances are folks are going to be a fetus. I don't know why, but whenever like the totality of the chat agrees that they want like one specific person up, that one specific person ends up being a child. Hi, how old are you?
I just turned 18.
What year were you born in?
2008.
What month?
January 12th.
Oh, wow. He's not a child by 1 month and 7 days. Very impressive. So the whole chat is demanding you be brought up, or you just like the
thank
MAGA's
you
final
everyone
boss?
in the chat. I wouldn't say so. I just really wanted to come here and debate you. I really respect what you do. I like everybody in the chat. Thank you for spamming for me, but I do support Trump.
Give me a moment here to thank a couple people, then I'll pass that mic to you. Allison, I
Yeah,
appreciate you
it's
so much
fine.
for the $5 over on Venmo, and I just read your message. Happy birthday, Allison. Seriously. Same thing to you, Jasmine. That is Jazmin. Thank you so much for the $20 donation. Who says, I've been watching you for months, and I love you. Watching you, sorry. You make a difference. You've helped me convince my husband to be more political. Thank you. Ignore the jealous guest. Oh, well, Jasmine, thank you so much for the $20. On a real note, I'm very grateful for you. And huge shout out to you for getting your husband to be more political. That's awesome. Thank you for the $20. And then Becky, I appreciate you for the $5 over on Venmo. And then to quickly catch up over on PayPal. Thank you so very much for, let's see here, the $12 Sonia, who says thank you for all that you do. Well, I appreciate you so much for your support. I appreciate you for your donation. Show some love to Sonia down below. And then Katarina for the $5, who says keep on schooling MAGA. Appreciate you guys. Show some love to our donors down below. I appreciate y'all for supporting me. So I can continue to do this for 4 hours a day, 7 days a week. And take it away. Tell us why you support the worst president of your life.
I want to talk about immigration and ICE. I think that, yeah, my bad.
Oh, man, we've
so
just been talking about it for the
economy-wise-
last 3 days, and it's like I just say the same things, but just whatever. Go on.
Oh, shit. Economy-wise, supply and demand. More people come into the country. Gas prices are higher. Houses prices are higher. Groceries are higher.
Yeah, you only
I
account
think-
for the demand side of the economy. Why aren't you accounting for the supply side of the economy?
Well, because if you can't support your own people, like not by supporting, but like you go to the streets anywhere, you see a lot of homeless people, right?
Wait, can you answer my question though? Because you just said, "Oh, supply and demand. When we have more people in the country, we have more demand. We also have more supply." Like, undocumented immigrants are actually more likely to actively participate in the labor force compared to citizens, and they're specifically more likely to work in manufacturing sectors. 1 out of every 7 construction workers is an undocumented immigrant. So specifically for the housing market, they actually have a downward pressure on the pricing of houses.
Okay. Well, I'm not fully like educated on this topic. That's another reason why I want to come in here, because I just wanted to talk to you. I'm not 100% like MAGA or nothing, but my dad, he talks to me a lot. So I just feel like if there's a lot of people illegally coming into the country, then there's more like houses that need to get built. You feel me? Like if there's more people coming in, then eventually the country's going to be completely fucking overpopulated,
Okay, so you're just saying that population growth is bad?
I would say that, yeah.
So we should stop people from having children?
No, I wouldn't say that. I said
wait, I thought that population growth is bad.
From illegal immigrants coming into the country, yes.
Wait, it doesn't matter who's growing the population. There's still just another demander for another house, right?
Well, if a citizen has a child, then it's completely different from.
How's it completely different? They're gonna grow up and be because they're Mexican. Come on.
Whoa. No, don't even play it like that.
You're attempting to make an economic argument, but then you're bringing identity into an economic argument, which is complete bullshit. Okay, there's no such thing as identity in economics. Okay, it doesn't matter if the demander is an undocumented immigrant. It doesn't matter if the demander is a citizen. Okay, under the same circumstances, okay, they are going to generate the same outcome. You're on one hand, we need to stop immigration. We need to stop immigration because we need to stop population growth. So then we could reduce the overall demand for housing and other goods. Okay, with identical circumstances, it doesn't matter if the demander is an undocumented immigrant or a citizen. They're still going to be demanding, and they're still going to have the same pressure on prices.
Well, I completely agree, but
so then if you'd argue that we should stop immigration for this purpose, why shouldn't we stop like Americans from being able to like give birth to children for this purpose?
Well,
like,
are there not
everybody
more
to at least 2 kids?
Are there not more people illegally coming into the country than there are people having kids or no?
No, significantly less people that immigrate into the country with use of undocumented means than those that have kids.
Do you know the number this year of them?
What?
Whoa, I'm so sorry. No, I'm sorry. I'm bugging right now.
Can you demonstrate like one positive economic outcome of deporting them all?
Lower taxes, lower gas, like literally prices will be lower. That one guy said he's going to Puerto Rico for the first time in 4 years. Why? Because everything's so much lower. Everyone's complaining about prices being so high. People are on the streets, poor. Like, how do you expect to run a country when everyone's poor?
Right. What an interesting argument. I kind of got like zoned out there, or forgot what you said at the start, because at the end you just started saying, how do you run a country when everyone's poor? Would you mind repeating the first thing that you said insofar as how mass deportation materially benefits our country?
Because everyone's complaining about prices, correct?
So it reduces prices.
100%.
You
like
think that
you
because it
want
reduces
so
okay,
if you
once again, I'm gonna try to correct you on this once again. No, you're failing to account for the
No,
supply
no,
side
okay.
of the economy. Okay, sure. If mass deportation only reduced the amount of demanders in our economy, prices would go down. You're right. But mass deportation doesn't only reduce the amount of demanders in our economy, it also reduces the amount of supply in our economy. All right? They're more likely to work than citizens, and they're more likely to work in manufacturing sex. You deport them all, you're not just deporting those 11 million demanders, you're also deporting those 8 million producers that now these companies don't have, so now they go out of business. That now these companies don't have, so now they sell less. So now these companies don't have, so they downsize and engage in layoffs, which doesn't just impact those undocumented immigrants, but also impacts citizens. This is maybe why last year we had 1.3 million layoffs, most in recorded history in like 7 years. Okay? Right. Absolutely true. Absolutely true. The only way that a mass deportation might reduce prices is if a mass deportation causes a recession, which is likely, by the way.
I agree with you on if there's less demand and there's less supply, you know. But what about the crime rates too? Like,
crime rates go up
for deporting.
Yeah, after you do a mass deportation, crime rates go up, my friend, because undocumented immigrants are disproportionately less likely compared to citizens to commit crimes. So when you remove them from the demographic, on paper, crime rates go up as is.
Okay, and I just wanna clarify again. You know, I'm not like I'm here so you can change my mind as well. I'm just giving you why I support Trump, but like I want you to try to change my mind as well.
Yeah, that's what I've been trying to do, my man.
Yeah. Okay. Another thing I want to bring in is, fuck, I'm actually lost here. No, I apologize, Dean.
Okay. Are you tapping out?
I don't want to, but like I was dead ass thinking of everything before I hopped into this, and then I hop in, I'm shaking, I'm nervous, like you just
I
make
get
me
it.
nervous.
Nah, man, I get it. I used
No,
to.
I apologize.
I used to co-host with Parker when I was very new to this all, and he'd have like 1,000 viewers, and I'd be so fucking nervous because I've never been in front of that many people. So I obviously get it when you're coming up on my live with 12. But I hope that you consider the points in which I made, man. I appreciate you for coming up, and I appreciate you for trying to maintain some level of respect. Hey, Michael, I appreciate you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate you for that love, Michael. Let's get 200 Michael W's. Michael says, this is Michael from PayPal. Can we pick on Phil a little bit tonight? I don't know, man. I think that we kind of bullied Phil off the app. I haven't heard from that guy in eons. Clayton, thank you so much for the $20 over on Vim. I appreciate you, man. He says, what video encoding / overlay software do you use? So for TikTok, I just use the TikTok Live Studio, which is their version of OBS. And then for YouTube, I just use OBS. Appreciate you for the $20, dude. And then Brittany, thank you so much for the $25. Who says, things have been rough lately, but thank you for giving me and all of us some hope. What you do is important. You've changed minds of some people I know. And now I can actually be around them again because of you. No fucking way, Brittany. Dude, that is too cool, man. Thank you for sharing that with me. Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing that with me. And then Josh, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. He says, you changed my mind. Keep up the good work from J-Man. Dude, that was J-Man from earlier in the stream. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love to hear it. I love to hear it. And we have a $1 donation from Sebastian. He said, yo, it's me, the guy who called you a grifter. Here's my gift to you. Stop being scared and let me make my points next time. You only debate people that are incapable of debating. Guys, should we bring Sebastian back up? He's still in the queue. I kicked him because I just thought it was like pretty unserious. But now he's like sending me messages saying that like he's like super capable at debating and I only debate people who are incapable, like super just egotistical. How about we bring him back up? Let's really just really just invest our time into truly hearing out the arguments here.
Yo, Dean, I just lost $1, bro. This is crazy.
So do you position yourself as somebody who's very like highly capable of debating?
Just like capable enough to make a point.
Yeah, like the type of person that I'd be scared of.
No, that's just to get myself up here, to be honest.
Oh, so that was rage bait.
Yeah.
Earlier you called me a grifter because you think I rage bait. So do you self-identify as a grifter because you just submitted to rage bait?
I think that's how things work for you. Yeah.
Okay. So Mr. Grifter, now that you've self-identified as one, tell us, what's the argument here? Why is Trump a good president?
Yeah, you mentioned something about Biden, right? No, you made an example that if he were to kill Republicans,
you're actually
right, if that would be right
or
wrong. Can you say it again?
Yeah, Biden called for the execution of Republicans in Congress baselessly. Would any reasonable American stop supporting him as president?
Right, they would, of course.
If Donald Trump called for the execution of Democrats in Congress, would any reasonable American stop supporting him?
Yes, of course they would.
Do you consider yourself to be a reasonable American?
The hypocrisy comes when you say...
One moment. Do you consider yourself to be a reasonable American? Okay, then you shouldn't support Trump because he called for the execution of Democrats in Congress 8 weeks ago when he went on Truth Social and he reposted this article published by the Washington Examiner talking about how 8 Democrats in Congress made a video just urging members of our military to not obey by any unlawful order that Trump gives them. Okay, and then he responded to that by calling those 8 Democrats seditious and treasonous, and then followed that up with a second post saying that their sedition, their treason is punishable by death, and then he reposted one of his followers' comments that said, hang them. So just to clarify, now that you know that Donald Trump has called for the execution of his political opponents, Democrats in Congress, baselessly, you are no longer a Trump supporter, right?
Right, but I'm here to call out your hypocrisy, not to defend Donald Trump.
Oh, so you're not a Trump supporter?
I'm not a Trump supporter. I'm here to call out what you're doing.
Wait, and then earlier you said it was 6 p.m., right?
Yeah, it's 6:45 right now.
What state are you in?
I'm from Puerto Rico. Also, we don't want you here. You said you wanted to visit here. We don't want you, bro.
Well, I mean, that's not what my friends who were born and raised in Puerto Rico say, but that's okay.
Look, you say that good. This is a fight versus, good versus evil.
So you're not even up here for a conversation about Trump.
I'm here to call you on your hypocrisy. You kicked me out because I was doing a good job. So I just want you to let me hear and do it.
Yeah. Okay, take the mic. It's yours.
You said that would be wrong because there's a fight between good and evil, right? Which is the core problem in America. But you certainly don't have good versus evil if you are an atheist or an agnostic because you have no God, there's no objective morality. And the second thing I wanted to call you out on. Right.
You just called me a hypocrite because I'm agnostic?
You said that.
Bro, holy shit. Okay, go ahead.
No, because of the claims you're doing. And you say that we shouldn't kill other oppositions, right? Like the examples you were making. But then you joke about Charlie Kirk all the time. I think that's the most hypocrite thing you could do.
I joke about the AI slot memes that have been made about Charlie Kirk for sure. I don't joke about his assassination.
Oh, really? I
Yeah.
would disagree there.
Bro,
Because you've done it countless times, and you get the joke. You know, it's funny.
My biggest controversy ever is that I thought it was like really bad when he was assassinated, and I cried, and then my tears were misinterpreted as me crying for him, when in all reality I was crying for my friend who was 20 feet away. The fact that I knew him, so regardless if I wanted to or not, I definitely humanized him because I met him in person multiple times, and had to watch his fucking blood gush out of his jugular. I mean, dude, oh my god, that was a very traumatizing day, man. You don't know this about me?
It's absolutely horrible. No, I do. I definitely saw the video when you were crying.
So that's
But just
definitely
because
not
you cry about
hypocritical,
something doesn't mean it's legit. Doesn't mean it's genuine.
So
It doesn't mean you cried genuinely.
Oh yeah. Well, then I just feel like you're like just kind of inching into like conspiratorial, like gibberish crazy territory. Like, would you genuinely cry?
I'm targeting.
No, listen. Would you genuinely cry? Okay, if somebody you knew, had personally interacted with, was shot in the jugular and killed 20 feet away from your best friend who had to witness it all.
See, I would cry, and then I wouldn't make jokes about his AI song.
So you would, come on, like, dude, 99.9999999% of people ever would cry if they saw somebody that they knew that they'd personally met in real life, regardless if they liked it or not. Okay,
yes, I would.
You saw a video of them getting shot in the jugular, bleeding out in less than 3 seconds, 20 feet away from their best friend who had to witness it all, and now has had to go to therapy because of taking PTSD away from it, and feels as if there could be a mass shooting anytime they're in public in a large event. So shut the fuck up by saying that those tears weren't genuine.
I said I would cry.
Right, so then shut the fuck up by saying those tears aren't
genuine in the
genuine.
moment. Okay, let's say it's genuine in the moment, but then why would you make jokes about him?
Oh, like which ones?
I think that's super disrespectful.
like what jokes? Like specifically, what jokes did I make that really just position myself as a clear hypocrite?
Well, I mean, you cry, but then you say you don't miss him at all. That you
Yes,
the freaking
hello.
AI.
Wait. Yeah, I don't miss him. How does that make me a hypocrite?
I'm trying to just find examples that I remember right now, because
how is that hypocritical?
Live streams for me.
Yeah, how does me saying that I don't miss Charlie
with the
Kirk
AI song
make
we were
me a
laughing
hypocrite?
at just minutes ago. Let's just stay with that.
No. I want you to answer my question first. How does me saying that I do not miss Charlie Kirk make me a hypocrite?
To be honest, no, I don't think that makes you a hypocrite.
So then why did you say that makes me a hypocrite?
I don't know, 12,000 people watching. I just feel like I have to talk or you're gonna kick me out.
Oh, okay. So then what makes me a hypocrite? What do I do here?
I feel like the AI song is like one specific example that I've been seeing constantly, and not just one thing you did one day. Like every time it comes up, you do like this whole theatrical expression, like, oh, like I'm just gonna cry now, and then you give this poker face just to show how you have no sentimental emotion at all.
Yeah,
So
I
you're
have
being
no
a hypocrite. That's
sentimental
what I'm
attachment
calling
to
you
an
out
AI
for.
song made about Charlie Kirk saying that we're going to carry the flame.
Yeah, me neither. I'm just saying that's fucking disrespectful. You shouldn't.
How?
You shouldn't like even recognize it. Like you should just skip it, right? You don't have
how
to
does that
laugh
make
at
me?
it.
How does that make me hypocritical here?
That you were laughing at the song.
Yeah, how does that make me a hypocrite? The song's funny as shit.
Oh, sure. So I'm gonna be laughing at Nazi songs. I'm gonna be laughing at 9/11 songs. I'm gonna be laughing at this guy. I forgot his name, but
Can you give the
get my
argument
point.
here? So why is it wrong for me to laugh at this AI song made following Charlie Kirk's
That if you want me to take you
death,
seriously,
saying that we're all Charlie Kirk and that we need to carry the flame? I mean, it's just weak and hilarious. Like, God, what an embarrassment. You know, if I was Charlie Kirk, I'd be
right?
haunting
Yeah,
whoever
he's
made
just
that
killing
song
someone.
from
Fucking
the
weak and
grave.
hilarious.
Like I said, if I was Charlie
This is- I
Kirk, I'd
can't
be
even
haunting
believe
whoever made that
it.
song from the grave. They did him dirty.
He said, like, he would speak nicely about you, to be honest.
Okay. How do I'm just confused here. Wait, are you like once again? How am I hypocritical for laughing at a funny song?
Okay, then let me ask you a question, and then I'll
No,
decide if
answer
you're
my question.
hypocritical or not.
How am I hypocritical for laughing at a funny song?
It's not funny. It's about a guy who got assassinated in front of your.
It's not funny at
friend,
all.
like you said.
Okay, I want you to
No,
turn
it's
your
not funny
camera
at
on.
all.
I want you to turn your camera on.
Dude, I'm not gonna turn on my camera.
No. We already know what your face looks like.
And I'm not. You're gonna
Just turn-
play this song very
No.
loud, and you're gonna try to get me to laugh.
Turn your
Dude,
camera
you're
on.
not that.
Okay, no, prove your fucking point. Turn your camera on.
Dude, I'm not gonna expose myself for that.
We already know what you look like. You literally have your face as your profile picture.
This is
You're already
so-
exposed.
I'm not. No, I know that people know how I look like. I'm just saying that.
Right,
I'm
so
not
then you're
gonna
not
expose
exposing
myself so you
anything
can
that we
make a
don't
joke
already
about.
know. I think that you're scared. I think that you're scared because you know that you'll pop a smirk to the song because you know that it's hilarious. You know it. Stop debate. You know it. Or else you'd be turning that damn camera on right now. Listen, the typical excuse that people have to not turn their camera on is to say, like, I don't want to show my face to your thousands of viewers that might dox me. Brother, your profile picture is your face. We all know what you look like. You have no excuse. Prove your point. Turn your camera on.
I don't have to prove it. This feels like
Yes,
such
you
a fucking
do.
trap.
Yes, you do, bro. You're making an
exposing
argument.
me.
You're making an argument here. I want you to prove your point, bro. Stand 10 toes down.
Would you want me to keep a poker face while you play Charlie Kirk AI song,
Yes!
blasting it on your microphone?
Yes, that is exactly what I want you to do. To prove your point, yes. That it's not funny and that it is the commemoration of a dead man that we should respect with observance. Yes, turn your fucking camera on.
Sure. How do I do this? Wait.
I'll send you an invite.
Can you see me right now?
Yeah. All right, get the phone a little bit closer to your face.
Oh, here I am.
All right, give me 1 second. Is there any way that you could turn like a room light on or something so we could maybe see your facial features and expressions a little bit better?
Sure, man. Sure. This is not fucking turning on. Oh, hold on. There.
Okay, here we go. You ready?
We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the we are Charlie Kirk. We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame. We'll fight.
You have to run your files on your laptop.
Sorry, Papa smirk, bud.
Fucking bit.
You smirked. You fucking smirked. You popped a smirk, kid.
Yeah, you're a hilarious face. You have a hilarious face, Dean.
You popped. You're admitting to it. You laughed at a dead man. Oh my god. You are going to hell.
Fucking dead man, bro.
Yes, this is basically 9/11. That's what you said earlier, right? This is
going to
basically
hell if you
9/11
believe hell
all
doesn't
over again.
exist.
This is
There
basically
no hell.
9/11.
You don't believe in hell.
What? Oh, you do it. You're going there, buddy. You're cooked.
Let's target the second point and get the fuck out of here, to be honest.
You're gonna go and move on to the next guy. How did I get him to agree to that? How did I get him to agree to that? I'm so surprised. I got him to. That's funny. You want to see? That's funny, man. That's humor. All right, that's good. God damn, man. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, folks. Here we go, everyone. Do give me a minute here to get that next guest loaded up into the box. We got Jackson joining in right now. That's really funny.
Stop vaping, Zeke.
You know what? Oh, man. I was about to say a good message from the fetus, but then I heard the fetus said a vape, bro. Seriously, on a real note to that fetus, put it down, dude. You will regret ever doing that years from now, okay? When you're still doing it, you're still addicted, and everyone thinks that you're weird. Like, on God, I'm being real. I'm being real. Okay, we just heard like a 14-year-old vape, man. One of my biggest regrets in life was ever starting to do that when I was like a young kid, all right? I know that we just went from like comedy to reality real fast, but I mean it. I sincerely mean it, dude. You'll definitely regret it in the future. Welcome in. Do you support Trump Cat?
Hello. No, I'm 18. I just want to say I really support you, everything you do.
I appreciate you so much for your kindness, Cat. By the way, guys, we're probably going to be able to do one more Trump supporter, and then we're going to be moving the whole live over to YouTube because we're going on Stephen something's show. Fuck, Stephen Smith. Stephen A. Smith. He's a sports commentator, rather big name. He invited me on his show for like 20 minutes. And I was at first going to like end the live and just do that on my own. But I'm thinking here, like, shit, I can stay on live. So we're going to do it. Parker just said, dude, that's sick. Yeah, man. I mean, he's a big name. He's a big name. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No, I'm so sorry. I just want to give some insight on something I heard a guest say a few minutes ago. So I'm Puerto Rican, and they said that people in the US are moving to Puerto Rico because it's so expensive in the US. I don't know if I heard him wrong, but I just wanted to say that Puerto Ricans are being displaced because of all the people moving here for tax benefits. So I found it a little bit ironic, you know.
Yeah,
But
man.
anyway,
Shout
that
out-
was all. I love you so much, Dean.
Shout out to you and shout out to Puerto Rico. And yeah, there's a bunch of rich assholes like Jake Paul moving down to Puerto Rico, displacing Puerto Ricans to get a little bit of a tax haven. I hope that you have a good rest of your day, okay?
You too. Thank you.
Dude, yeah, I just got a text from like a couple of people in like all caps saying, no way you're going on Steven's show. Yeah, I don't really know too much about him. Don't really know too much about him. I've never been like super big into sports, and when I was big into sports, it was like college football. But apparently like Stephen Smith is a pretty big name, so I'm gonna be making like a 20-minute appearance on his show. I mean, would y'all want me to stay live for that? Because like I said, my original plan was to end my live and just head on to Stephen Smith's show, but I could stay live. We'd only be live on YouTube, just because I don't want to have to navigate in between TikTok, YouTube, Zoom, which is what I like. I don't want to navigate through all those things simultaneously. So we'll probably just condense the stream on down to YouTube if we do that. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I just want to say, bro, I was on your live before and you caught me off guard. I was just kind of sitting in the request and I was playing 2K. And then all you heard, I said the M word, and all you heard was, all I heard is, are you black? Are you black? I just want to say, bro, I appreciate what you're doing, and I can't lie. I be watching you all the time, and you're funny as shit when you're breaking all these stupid ass Trump supporters, bro. They're actually so, oh my goodness.
Hey, man, I appreciate you. And I hope you have a good rest of your day, all right?
You as well, man. Bro, all love.
All love, Miles. All love. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be. I think I remember that. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump, please. Dude, what a live today. What a live. Hello, welcome into Sport Trump. Frequent farter. You support Trump?
Bitch, oh, I'm so sorry, Dean. I'm eating a crab rangoon.
Okay. All right. Well, you enjoy that crab rangoon. The only time or place I've ever seen Ragoon mentioned was Fallout 4. Sorry, not Fallout 4. Far Cry. There we go. Far Cry 4. I remember Ragoon being mentioned in Far Cry 4. One of the best video games ever made, by the way. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in here. We got Olivia joining. Here we go. Welcome into Sport Trump.
Hi, Dean. I don't, but I just want to say thank you so much for doing what you.
I appreciate you, Olivia. I appreciate you. I'm so. By the way, I do apologize for disconnecting you in the middle of that sentence, and just know that I do appreciate you. And not to take my kick as a sign of disrespect, but if anything, a symbol of respect. Okay? Because not gonna lie, dude. Not gonna lie. All right, you're just way too base to be on the live. Welcome into Sport Trump.
Yeah, great. Yeah, you won't do it.
JP Dog, I've brought you up.
Sweet.
So I saw you whining in my comment section a while back.
It's about time you brought me up. It's been, what, a month and a half? Almost 2 months.
I don't remember you.
Yes.
I don't remember you.
Remember me?
Is that hurt your feelings?
No, I don't.
Okay. You're a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah,
man.
you want to...
Do you mind if I just take a moment here and thank a couple people before we hop into our debate?
Go ahead. You thank some people, and I'll hit my anxiety can.
There you go.
While you're doing...
Anxiety can?
Yeah, can.
Okay. Yeah, hit your anxiety can. Dude, this literally just came through 4 minutes ago. Miss Victoria, thank you so much for the $100 not super chat, donation over on Venmo. Victoria, thank you. Thank you so fucking much for the love. That is insane. Oh my goodness. Victoria with the $100 says, happy birthday to me. 3/4 of a century. Yay me, I love your streams. Victoria, you've been watching forever. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, dude. Thank you so much for the love, Victoria. Let's get 1,000 Victoria W's down below. Same thing to you, Paige. Appreciate you for the 5. Gavin, thank you so much for the 5. Melody, thank you for the 8. Thank you guys so much. Happy birthday to your husband as well. And then HC, thank you for the $13. Who says, thank you for all that you do in bringing sense to this country. Keep grifting, dog. I'll never stop the grift, HC. And then Hallie, thank you so much for the 5. We're grifted so hard, quite frankly. And then Alyssa, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. Lily, thank you so much for the $15 over on PayPal. Lily, why don't you go ahead and send me a message over on PayPal with more specifics of that, all right? I'll see what I could do. Thank you for the $15. I really hope that you're watching. Please do send me over some more specifics. I'll try to help you. As well as Solch, thank you for joining the Dean Team Dream Team over on YouTube. Alrighty, my friend. So what is it? What's the reason? Why do you support this moronic authoritarianist president?
Well, mainly because I can't support Kamala Harris for president.
Okay, well, I mean, now it's not really a point where it's either Kamala Harris or Trump. I mean, we see like a lot of Republicans like Thomas Massey who weren't a fan of Kamala Harris, despising Trump and not supporting him as president.
Well, that was the only choice, right? Did I have another choice?
Well, Kamala Harris would definitely be a better president today if she's elected. Oh my God, for sure.
Well, let me ask you a question, Dean. If Kamala Harris was elected president, would there be a release of the Epstein files?
It depends. I would argue likely.
I would argue not likely.
I would definitely argue likely. And then the only reason why I don't say like for certain is because I think that Donald Trump originally promising the files and then saying no is what kind of like sparked the first wave of social backlash that then influenced Congress to defy the Trump administration to force the release. But I'd like to clarify, with Trump as president today, we still don't have the released Epstein files. You know that, right? Like, there's still 3 million more to go, and they've just said that they're done. And then the 3 million files that they have released are redacted hell and back illegally.
And how many times was Trump's name mentioned in the files that have been released?
38,000.
How many? 38?
Yeah.
Well, CNN claims it's 1,000 times.
Okay. You could literally go on the Epstein library and search up Trump, and it will populate 38,000 times. So CNN is wrong.
CNN is wrong?
Yes.
Wow.
Because, dude, brother, the Epstein library is public. Go to Google, type in Epstein library, go to their search bar, type in Trump. You will get 38,000 results.
Well, that may be true.
So either CNN is wrong or CNN was talking about like specific mentions in specific contexts. And that's just in the release files, by the way. He's mentioned over 1 million times in the unreleased, non-redacted files in the internal internal DOJ system, which just proves that his DOJ illegally redacted Donald Trump's name over 950,000 times.
And your evidence of that is what?
Is the fact that that's what congressmen and women said, and then the DOJ never said that they were wrong.
Is Venezuela south of the equator?
Why are you asking me about Venezuela?
Well, AOC claimed that Venezuela was south of the equator.
Why are we talking about AOC?
It's obviously north of the equator. Correct?
Why are we talking about AOC, Venezuela, and the equator? Why? Whoa, what the fuck? Whoa, pivot. Holy shit, you just like broke my neck, dude. Holy cow.
No, listen, it's not a pivot at all. Congressmen and women lie.
Well, AOC was likely just mistaken, the same way she was mistaken when she said Trans-Pacific Alliances. She meant to say transatlantic, and she specified that on Twitter. And then point number B, I'd say that congressmen and women definitely can lie, and in many scenarios they do. But I do believe Jamie Raskin, the representative who said that his name was mentioned over 1 million times in the unredacted files, because Todd Blanchard of the DOJ has spent his time on Twitter correcting every single falsehood or something that could be misconstrued as a falsehood to push pro-Trump propaganda. And Tom Blanchard has not responded to Jamie Raskin's claim of Trump being mentioned over 1 million times, especially considering how easy it would be to refute that.
So a denial is guilt.
What's that?
No denial equals guilt.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying in this scenario. Yes.
I don't believe so.
In this scenario, absolutely, it gives us significant reason to believe guilt, because they denied about 1 billion other things, okay, that were true because they thought that they could misconstrue them into being falsehoods, but they didn't deny this. Yeah, I would definitely say that the lack of a denial in this circumstance indicates guilt. Yes.
So Trump denies being in with Epstein, but that doesn't prove his innocence.
Right.
That seems hypocritical.
Nope, you just aren't tracking. Okay, it's an inductive argument. Todd Blanchard, the DOJ, responded to every other claim made by every other congressman and woman who visited the Epstein, who saw the unredacted Epstein files. If Todd Blanchard thought he could spin it one way or another, okay, Todd Blanchard never responded to what Jamie Raskin said. Even now, considering the fact that it's gone mainstream attention from the AP to The Hill to Reuters, okay, they've been quiet about it. Okay, yes, I do believe that that does indicate guilt.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Is Trump guilty of rape?
Yes.
How so?
Because that's what a court determined. He also has many credible accusations.
So was he found guilty or liable?
I'd take guilty in the colloquial sense to mean we have enough evidence to believe that he's done it, and that would be guilt. Yes. Liability. Yes. Guilt.
So in a civil court, they find Trump liable for sexual assault, correct? It's not rape.
Well, so this sexual assault is identical to rape, so therefore it's being liable for for rape. Yes.
No, it's not. You know better. This is why you kicked me last
that's fine. This will be easy. Define the word rape.
When you brought up, was Trump found liable?
This will be a really easy argument to dispute. Please
And
define
the
the word
jury
rape.
said no. The jury said
yeah.
no.
Yeah, and I'll happily clarify why after you define the word rape, please.
Well, the way I define rape is any type of contact that is not consensual with a member of anyone, either
yes.
same sex or not.
Yes, exactly. That's actually like a pretty decent workable definition of the word rape, which is exactly why I say that they found him liable for rape, because in the state of New York at the time, their legal definition of the word rape was not the definition that you just provided. They legally defined rape as a penetration of the female member with the male member, but Donald Trump was held liable for penetrating her female member unconsensually with his fingers. But like under your definition of rape and my definition of rape, what they concluded he did to her is rape. So yes, we can say that he was found guilty of rape because he was held liable for the sexual assault / abuse of Miss Carroll. But that form of sexual assault / abuse is identical to something that we call rape. Therefore, it is rape.
It does, but not according to the law.
Right.
So
we don't base our definitions of what is and is not rape off the law.
That's a moral objection, but it's not.
It's
legal.
It's not a moral objection. It is just simply the way that we use the word rape.
Okay, so why wasn't he prosecuted criminally?
Okay, why are we moving on?
No, we're still talking about the same subject, right? E. Jean Carroll.
Okay. All right. Well, since you're moving off that point, I'm actually gonna have to kick you here because I have to be ready to go on Steven's show here in 9 minutes. Joshua, I appreciate you for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. He says, bro, you've been live since I woke up this morning. Keep up the grind, my guy. Well, thank you so much, Joshua. I appreciate you, man. Yeah, we've been live for 3 hours and 30 minutes. Hell yeah. Kirian, thank you so much for the $10 over on Vimeo. And I just read your words. That is very kind of you. Thank you so much, Kirian. Same thing to you, Austin. Thank you so much for the $5. And then Ryan, thank you for the $5. And Caroline, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Caroline. Just some love to Caroline down below. And then Gloria, thank you so much for the $20 as well, who says, these nut jobs can't handle you, Dean. Keep the poker face and talk empathy they lack. Much love to you. Much love to you as well, Gloria. Thank you for your kind words and the $20. And then Yeah. We're all caught up. I appreciate you guys. All right, guys. So I'm popping on Stephen A. Smith's show. He does like a Sirius XM thing. I got to join the Zoom for that here in 8 minutes. I'm going to stay live during it. So head over to my YouTube channel. You could find that in the link tree in my bio or just by going on YouTube and typing in Dean Withers. And that'll be a whole lot of fun. So head over there. You'll be able to see kind of the behind the scenes of what it looks like to get lined up in production, because I got to connect to the Zoom 10 minutes before we go live. And they'll ask me some very interesting questions, and they'll be like, could you like slightly turn your head this way? I don't know. You're going to see something you don't usually do. And then you're going to see me appear on his show, Sirius XM something. I don't know. But anyways, I'm going to stay live. So head over there to my YouTube channel. I'm going to go ahead and end now. Once again, you can find me on YouTube by just typing in Dean Withers on the YouTube app. Once again, that'll be great. So peace and love. See you all tomorrow for the debates, but head over to YouTube for now. Bye, guys. All right, for everyone on YouTube, appreciate y'all so much for being here. As you could probably guess, I need to clean myself up a little bit before I hop into the queue for his production. So I'm going to quickly run away and throw a suit jacket on and use the restroom. And real quick before I do, be right back, throwing suit on for Steven. There we go. All right. I'll be right back, everybody. This will only be a short little intermission for me. I will see you all momentarily. Okay, I understand now that his name's not Steven, it's Stefan. That would be my bad. I don't watch sports. Okay? Not like I don't know sports commentators. I don't really watch sports, so that's my fault. But check the drip. Check the drip, dude. So, got the suit jacket top, feeling like COVID. Okay. Business Zoom call, suit jacket at the top, sweatpants at the bottom. Check the drip. All right. I need to be on the staging call here in 2 minutes, so I better send myself the link to the Zoom. Let me find it real quick. There it is. All right. I don't really know what to expect. I think that Stefan wants to talk to me about politics. I kind of got like a general run over. I'll actually share that with you guys here in a moment. I just need to get ready to hop into that Zoom. There we go. Throw the headset on. All right. So here's what he wants to talk to me about. Let's do the run over. We'll have Dean introduce himself. Listeners can get to know him. We'll ask him his insights on today's politics, biggest issues, cause of why nothing can get done. Is it time for the long-timers to step aside, bring a new generation in? And then we may ask him for his take on the big issue, immigration, ICE, Epstein, Trump's rhetoric, so on and so forth. Okay, guys. So it's pronounced Steven, but it's spelled with a P. Pronounced Steven. I'm so happy I'm live. Let's go, dude. I'm so happy I'm live so y'all could tell me that. Beautiful. 10 out of 10. Huge shout out to the goats. To the goats for letting me know. Unreal. All right. Last anxiety pin hit. All right, let's hop on the staging call. You guys are going to get a very interesting eye in to the process of how this works. We're going to join that now. Oh, I'm the only one in here. Well, that's interesting. Okay. So I'm in the Zoom, but I'm also the only person in here. Should I show y'all it? I bet I can. Let's see. Here we go, guys. Do give me one moment. Just need to adjust the screen. Okay, there's the top. There's the bottom. That's basically it. A little bigger so we could downsize it. We just turn my camera off. Yeah, that works. There's probably a little bit of a delay now. Is there a little bit of a delay in between the movement of my face? Oh no, guys, we have a visitor. We have a visitor that may pop up during our appearance. Momo, I love you so dearly, but now is not the time. I have to be a serious business professional, political commentator, thought driver. Oh, you could actually hear her purring. She likes the mic. That's actually really cute. I'm sorry, Momo. Today's not your day. I love you. And it pains me to tell you that you can't get on my desk, but we're doing business today. All right. I am in the staging call. Nobody else is here. I think now that I got the Zoom keyframed, I am just going to do an overlay of like my actual camera, because I'd assume that like maybe their producers are going to hop on here and like, I don't know, I just don't want to dox any of that. well, or pre-approval, which I definitely don't have. Okay, I'm going to shoot a text. I should be on there any moment. Oh, fuck! Oh, I'm in the wrong Zoom! Oh, no way! I joined the wrong Zoom, that's on me. It's okay, we still have time. We're good. I joined the wrong Zoom, though. Totally my fault. Totally my fault. Woof. I joined the wrong Zoom. Woof. Oh, I'm fucking this up bad. I'm fucking this up really bad.
Probably has some advice. Knowing him, he's armed with it. I can't wait to hear what he has to say. Respect this kid a lot. Looking forward to having him on as a guest. He's coming up next, right here, Straight Shooter with Stephen A. Don't go away. Be right back.
Hey, this is Jill Scott. You stepped into my living room. For a limited time, Jill Scott is bringing her.
Okay, they have me muted on the Zoom.
Hey, Dean. This is Jennifer, the producer in DC. How are you?
Hi, Jennifer. I'm doing all right. How about yourself?
I'm doing good. So you're out in Colorado?
Mr. Withers.
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
What's happening? Can you hear me? My name's Griff. I'm the producer over here with Stephen A.
Hi, nice to meet you, Griff. I apologize for being around 3 minutes late to joining the Zoom. I accidentally joined the wrong link, so that would be my fault, but it's a pleasure to meet you both.
Oh, no worries, man. Appreciate you coming on the show. Looking forward to the conversation. Are you able to turn toward camera so we can see you looking into camera?
Oh, yes, of course.
Perfect. Jake, Shiloh, good to you? Yes. All right. You need a little more headroom or no? No? All right, cool. All right, man. We're in about we have about 3 minutes left in break here, and then we'll be coming right to you when we come out of break. I'll have Stephen A. say what's up to you in just a minute, okay?
Cool. Sounds good.
All right. Awesome.
We have about 90 seconds, actually, coming out in 90 seconds.
Sorry. Thank you, Jennifer.
Dean Withers.
Howdy. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Hey, man. How you doing, man? How's everything going? Thank you for coming on the show. How have you been?
Of course. I'm doing all right. You know, it's been a long day for me out here in Colorado. Just hopped off my own live stream, spending about 4 hours talking about the state of the world. But it's a pleasure to meet you, man. I've been seeing you all over the internet.
Please.
Got a couple friends who are a big fan.
I'm looking forward to talking to you, man. We'll be with you in a minute. Thank you.
30 seconds.
Sure, I'm going to have a lot of fun talking to you, man. I've been waiting to talk to you for a long time. I really appreciate it.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Ten seconds.
Right? Like, ask yourself this question. What good policy has Donald Trump passed in the last 8 months to reduce undocumented immigration into this country?
No, that's what I'm saying. I don't know specifics. I'm guessing that they might have done something there.
You shouldn't base your political opinions off of guesses.
I have been watching the news for the past 4 years, and it's nothing but immigrants and sex offenders, and you don't know their criminal history. And if you actually look
this up... You think that we should get sex offenders out of the country?
Yes.
Then why'd you put a sex offender in the Oval Office?
27 minutes past hour number 1 back here on Straight Shooter with yours truly, Stephen A. Coming at you as I love to do every Wednesday evening from 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time over the airwaves of Sirius XM, POTUS Radio, Channel 124. It's my honor and privilege to have my next guest. I've been waiting to talk to him. He's just 21 years of age, 21-year-old liberal political commentator with more than 8.2 million combined followers on the social media and over 105 million likes on TikTok alone. Matter of fact, I think the number eclipses 9 million. His daily political and social live streams on YouTube and TikTok have made him the Gen Z face of politics. Please welcome for the first time the straight shooter with yours truly, Mr. Dean Withers. How are you, Dean? How's everything, man? Good to see you. How's everything?
I'm having a great day out here in sunny Colorado that happens to be a little bit snowy today, but nonetheless, I'm enjoying myself. It's good to be on, and I appreciate you for inviting me to be here.
Man, please, the pleasure is all mine. I'm looking forward to learning something from you tonight, my man. You know, you grew up, correct me if I'm wrong, you grew up in Grand Junction, Colorado, correct? It's in an extremely conservative household. How did you become engaged in politics, and when did your perspective shift to a more liberal ideology?
That's a good question, because as you pointed out, I absolutely did grow up not just in a conservative household, but a conservative environment, you know, going to church 2 times a week and everybody around me kind of having the same thoughts as my parents. So, I mean, the branch off to liberalism for me really started first on J6 when I watched, the president, who's still the president today, Donald Trump, cause his followers to go raid our Capitol, literally smear their feces on the walls inside, which kind of in my mind sparked this thought of sparking division across the country. And at that point, maybe I still agreed with some of his policies, or at least thought I did. But inevitably, because of how divisive that presidency was, it really drove me away. And, since J6, of course, that's 2021 until now in 2026, I've spent my time reading, researching, and really have taken an initiative to learn more about not just the world we live in, but the government in which controls the policy that influences my life and the lives of those that I care. And to put in a nutshell, I think I'm on the left because reality has a left-leaning bias.
I hear what you're saying. I guess what I'm asking is, do you find yourself being on the left because you're against Donald Trump, or because you genuinely feel what liberals feel, policy-wise?
It's a mix of both. I'm on the left because I agree with how liberals feel, and I mean a lot of the points that we see being thrown around about the necessary nature of things like universal health care, about caring for everybody, about how social programs influence a drive to push our country forward compared to holding us back because poor people are lazy. On top of the social issues that I care about, such as the acceptance of everybody regardless of your sexual orientation, race, or gender. But right now I do spend a lot of my time talking about, the tyranny that we see downstream from the Trump administration. And honestly, today I feel like what it means to be on the left does include, these policy initiatives that we've been hearing people like Bernie Sanders talk about for years now. But it also includes, this very deep-rooted resentment for, the abuse of power that we are now all watching every day, either on our phone screens, on the TV, or maybe as you are, maybe some of your producers out there in D.C.
Do you blame Trump when you're talking about the abuse of power? I shouldn't say do you blame Trump, because I know you do. But I'm talking about, is it just him? Is it primarily him? Or do you have more of a concern about those who, dare we say, are lacking a spine when it comes to confronting him about some of the things that he does? See, for me, I think more about that than him, because I believe that anybody in a position of power, unfortunately, throughout history, has shown that if they can wield it with impunity, they will do so. It's usually the checks and balances that we have in place as the United States of America, where you're checking cats and you're saying, you can't do that. We're not letting you get away with that. We saw more of that in the past. We certainly don't see enough of that now. That's where I look at when I'm looking at Congress and the Senate, obviously, when it comes to, the checks and balances that I believe have been minimized, to say the least.
Absolutely. I mean, I agree with you there. I think this equation definitely includes a condemnation of those who capitulate. But of course, that all starts with what they're capitulating to. I think that two things can be true at once. I think that the primary driver of a bunch of lawlessness, and as I'd call it, clearly authoritarian practices, is the Trump administration. I mean, every day something new comes out about how they are illegally redacting his name from the files 950,000 times, or how he wants to breach the articles of our Constitution to possibly federalize elections, or how the 14th Amendment is now meaningless. And, we don't care that in 1868 we passed this amendment that gave you a claim to birthright citizenship if you're born here. Now now, if your parents are undocumented, guess what? We're going to take it away with no approval from Congress through a new amendment or no reinterpretation from SCOTUS on the basis of the 14th Amendment that already exists. But those who capitulate, they definitely embolden those proclivities. They embolden those behaviors because it absolutely tells Trump that he could get away with it. Trump is the same man today in 2026 that he was in 2017 during his first term, right? And for the majority of his first term, with the exclusion of January 6th and the lead up to that, you know, we didn't see the same figure that we do now. We saw somebody who was newer to politics, didn't know how to select the right cabinet to find the right people that are willing to place him above the Constitution, so on and so forth. So I feel as if that capitulation from his cabinet and the capitulation from many people in Congress have definitely emboldened those behaviors that existed 10 years ago that we just didn't see to the same extent because of the lack of capitulation.
What about, as a liberal commentator, what about those on the right that make the argument that you kind of brought it on yourself, not you, the Democratic Party, when they talked about how you weaponized, you know, the justice system in pursuing cases against him. You were excessive in doing so. And as a result, him being back in office and engaging in what I've personally called a vengeance tour, you know, against a myriad of people, all of whom you know, the John Boltons of the world, the Letitia James of the world, Jack Smiths of the world, and others, of course. What about the role that liberals are accused of playing in it? Because when they had power, they certainly did everything they could to try and undermine him, if not flat out throw him in jail for the rest of his life. What do you say to that?
Well, I mean, if wanting to hold a criminal accountable for their crimes is now something that the right is outcasting, labeling as bad, and using as justification for more crime, I would seriously doubt the speculative basis that those on the right have been screaming and shouting about law and order. Listen, the claim that we see from millions of Americans that the Biden-Harris administration somehow weaponized or abused the DOJ against Trump is baseless. It is just a form or a piece, a figment of this big lie propaganda that we've seen distributed by the Trump administration in an attempt to get larger populist support for their lawlessness. And a really good example of just how baseless it truly is what we've seen coming from the DOJ in the last year and a month with the Epstein files. I mean, there's a couple things from the Epstein files that we know makes Trump look bad. Okay, we know if it was present and publicly available before the 2020 election would have inevitably led to less people voting for Trump. It could have even won Kamala Harris the election. But because the DOJ upheld such great respect for the independence of the DOJ from the Biden-Harris administration, because that's what the Biden-Harris administration upheld, they didn't dip their hand into those files and just release the ones that incriminated Trump because they respect because they respect the checks and balances, because they respect that separation. And anybody who would claim otherwise, I believe, is just disseminating the propaganda that has allowed for this lawlessness to occur.
What do you say about your party in terms of them losing the election? Why do you believe Kamala Harris and the Democrats lost in 2024?
I'd say the largest reason why Kamala Harris lost the 2024 election had a lot to do with people's, feelings directed towards the economy that didn't perform too well under the Biden-Harris administration, which of course would be, in my mind, predominantly caused by the pandemic. And a lot of people have this takeaway saying, well, the economy was really bad under Biden. It seems like the liberals are failing my bank account. They're making me stretch my money. So now I'm going to vote for this other guy that says, if I do vote for him, he's going to usher in this golden era economy. It's going to be great and we're all going to win, which of course has been proven to not be true in the last year and a month. And then a couple other things that I'd say helped Trump win the 2024 election, my apologies, has to do with how late Biden stepped down and how Biden left Kamala Harris only with a little bit over 120 days to throw together a presidential campaign to run against a man who's already spent the last 10 years of his life campaigning for that same office. And it's a combination of multiple factors, those being the two primary ones.
But wasn't that the party's fault? Couldn't they, if they got rid of him in July, couldn't they have gotten rid of him earlier? Couldn't they have got him to step away earlier? So again, there could have been a primary. You might listen, I don't want to say a better candidate because I don't think Kamala Harris ran a bad campaign. I thought her disastrous moment was on The View when they asked her, is there anything that you would change? And she's like, no, I can't think of anything. I thought that was a disaster. I thought that was a huge mistake on her part. But for the most part, I didn't think she campaigned badly at all. I just thought she had to deal with the cards that was dealt to her. But many members of the party could have facilitated her getting in earlier. Are you of that belief, or am I stepping out of pocket by saying that?
Well, I'm not necessarily fully opposed to that belief, because I think we all remember Biden saying that he was going to be a one-term transitionary president, which of course that narrative changed. He started running for a second term, then dropped out. So I'm not opposed to that belief at all. I mean, I definitely do think that the Democratic Party has a lot to learn from the 2024 election, and I think that we are learning a lot from it. I mean, just look at the new figures that are popping up all across this country, with the progressive likes of Zohran Mamdani in New York City, to, you know, people down in Texas like James Tallarico finally saying the truth and talking about the fact that billionaires are really destructive to the working class, and it's not undocumented immigrants or trans people, which is also, you know, a little bit more progressive than the Democratic Party has been historically. I'm not opposed to those beliefs in the slightest.
Dean Withers right here with Stephen A. Straight shooter with Stephen A. You know, right now I'm thinking about you, because getting back to you personally, you rose to fame through your debates on Jubilee, if I remember correctly, a YouTube channel that hosts political and social debates with conservative figures like Charlie Kirk and Ben Shapiro, and for videos like, you know, Liberal Teen or versus 20 Trump supporters. What motivated you to create political content in the first place?
Well, I would say it's just the simple fact that when I've interacted with friends in my own life, when I've talked to my family members, when I've went to school, when I've sat in the classroom, there is a general lack of critical reasoning that is true of the vast majority of American constituents surrounding politics and why we vote for who we do. And I've seen the GOP primarily Trump, take advantage of this fact and construct harmful misinformation through the use of propaganda campaigns to convince people to believe in lies, hinging on the abuse of the lack of critical reasoning within the American constituent base. So the point of my platform and what I do is just to incentivize people to critically think more. Every day I have open discussions, conversations with people who disagree with me and I disagree with them. And I just simply request them to articulate the reasons why they support Trump. And I request people to value facts, reason, and evidence a little bit more, because I believe if we started doing that in 2015, Donald Trump never would have been president the first time around.
Do you consider yourself the liberal left version of the late Charlie Kirk?
Well, I've seen a lot of people say that on the internet, but I wouldn't prefer the title of the Democratic Charlie Kirk, because I think I'm a lot better at doing what I do than Charlie Kirk was at what he did. In the sense
Explain why.
Yeah, in the sense of I saw him go campus to campus to campus, not asking people to critically think, not asking people to open a book, not asking people to use their brain, but rather just asking people to fall for the one-liner gotchas and the same misinformation that's been tired and tried for years and years and years by the Trump administration. I mean, you know, I've honestly really spent a lot of time reflecting on this. You look at Charlie Kirk's Twitter. I would ask you to find me 3 times he ever disagreed with a single action taken by Donald Trump since 2015. You can't. I mean, I think it was just a larger part of a money-making scheme in an attempt to convince more young Americans to grow up to be like your 48-year-old uncle who will be with Trump until the day he dies, and starting with them young while they're still on the college campus. And that's not what I'm about. That's not what I do. I want people to be smarter. I don't want people to be sheep.
Yeah, you want people to be smarter. You don't want people to be sheep. And I totally believe you on that. But my question to you would be, how willing are you to disagree with a Democrat in Trump's position? And like you said, Charlie Kirk very rarely disagreed with Trump. Did you disagree in an abundance with Biden?
There actually was a handful of things that I had disagreements with Biden on. I mean, one big thing is I'm not the biggest fan of the state of Israel. And I think that it's time that we, stop bowing the knee to whatever Israel wants whenever they want. And it's time that we stop seeing senators and congressmen and women winning elections running on, I'm going to do what is ever in the best interests of the state of Israel. On top of a handful of other things too. I'd say right now, the fruits of the work that I and other more progressive voices that don't align 110% with the Biden-Harris administration or the Democratic Party have been putting in has a lot to do with immigration. I mean, 10 years ago, the notion of mass deportation maybe being wrong, and mass amnesty, the idea of maybe giving some undocumented immigrants a pathway to residency or citizenship making sense, was radical. But I mean, anymore today, I'll have Trump supporters join in my stream and I'll explain to them, hey, listen, we would be able to reduce human rights violations. We'd be able to keep families together. We'd be able to grow grow our own prosperous economy even more than we already are if we just maybe made some of the undocumented immigrants here residents or citizens. And they're biting on it. They say, hey, Dean, that makes sense. And I think the only reason why we're seeing the social shift on certain policies or agendas is because of more progressive parties that have historically diverted from the DNC. And I think now the DNC is finally starting to respond pretty responsibly to that by uplifting more progressive voices.
I have not heard your positions on immigration. Could you remind my audience what that is?
Sure. So I think that immigration is one of those topics that can't really be discussed by anybody in like 30 seconds or less. And I think if anybody tells you they can discuss immigration in 30 seconds or less, they're just feeding you like likely partisan talking points. But in an attempt to condense it down to a nutshell, I think the way that we can very pragmatically reduce undocumented immigration into this country is by wiping out the incentive for 99.9% of it. Look, 99.9% of undocumented immigrants are not violent criminals. They're not MS-13 gang members. They're hardworking mothers and fathers or unaccompanied minors. And why have they chosen to enter into this country with the use of undocumented means? Well, it's because our border has a backlog of like 12 years if you want to become a citizen. You're going to be waiting there for years and years and years just to get into the application process. You've got to spend thousands of dollars. That system is unattainable. And I think that our Congress, for the most part, is culpable in a bipartisan nature with this disproportionately leaning to the right, with not making the legal means of entry into this country as attainable as they should be. And I think I could prove this because you'll hear people like Trump say that we have this crisis of undocumented entry, illegal immigrants. We need to stop it now. But you can't find me a single clip of that man standing at a podium with a mic in the last 10 years saying that we need to make the legal means of entry into this country easier. And maybe that would stop a lot of undocumented entry on its own. And that's just the border. This conversation doesn't even scratch the surface about the undocumented immigrants that are already here. But what I can tell you in 30 seconds or less is that we probably shouldn't be deporting them with no due process to a center for terrorists in El Salvador, where they are then tortured from 9 p.m. till 6 a.m. I think there's a lot of better alternative.
Fair enough, but what level of culpability do you throw towards the Democratic, the Democratic Party, particularly the Biden administration, when they said, I don't know whether the accurate number is 12 million, 14 million, 15 million crossed the border illegally. What do you say to that? That people say that's not sustainable. That can't happen. That wouldn't happen in any other nation. Why should we let it happen in ours? What would be your response to that?
I'd give the Biden-Harris administration a good C- on immigration. I think that they're a lot better than a lot of people, specifically on the right, think. The talking points that I hear every day is, they opened the border or they just left the border open. They didn't really do anything about it. And I feel like this really overshadows their attempt to push a bipartisan border bill through the American Congress, drafted by Republican James Lankford, who is, one of Donald Trump's favorites. So it's crazy that we were able to find this bipartisan agreement that not only would expedite the legal means of entry into this country by funding courts along our southern border billions and billions and billions of dollars, therefore naturally disincentivizing undocumented entry, but it also would have given the president this very special authority that the president's never had before to just completely shut the border down, once a certain amount of undocumented immigrants had crossed it on a rolling daily average for a week. And in response to, this bill being propped up by the American Congress, in response to Republicans and Democrats coming together for the first time in a long time on immigration policy, I truly think people overlook how significant that was. Donald Trump turned around and told Republicans to shoot it down. So, I think we saw a good attempt there by the Biden-Harris administration to do something. But, of course, the reason why I'd give them a C- instead of an A+ is because, they probably could have used executive orders such as they did in their last year, a little bit earlier in their administration. But, that is such a smaller and more insignificant critique of their administration compared to, once again, the talking points we see from the right saying they let all these criminal, illegal invader aliens into the country because they want them to vote in elections to ensure that Republicans never get power again.
Right. Where do you think the Democratic Party is most strongest right now?
Where do I think they're the most strongest?
Where do you think they're most strongest right now?
I'd say the strongest point of the Democratic Party today in February of 2026 would be for pushing for accountability with the Epstein files. I'd say that they could do a lot more, which of course we'll probably always be saying about politics, and we should, by the way. It's good to advocate for more progression. But I'd say what they're doing right now is strong, For the first time ever, I'm opening my phone and going on the Democrats' TikTok account, which they started. And I'm able to legitimately read how the president is refusing to release all the files, is breaking law, defying Congress. I'm able to see great Democrats like Jamie Raskin, like Rep. Rokana, and many others pressure Pam Bondi in this congressional hearing that was held with her a handful of days ago, maybe a week ago, exposing her as the fraud she is, having her pivot to talking about the economy when they're just simply trying to get her to look at the Epstein survivors. That is definitely the strongest point of the Democratic Party today.
You're 21 years of age. If you had to give Democratic leadership one piece of advice about reaching young men such as yourself, not that they got to reach you, but you know what I mean. If you had to give them one piece of advice, what would it be?
Oh, that's a really good question. Reaching young men. Well, I would first honestly say this is the biggest piece of advice I'd give to current Democratic leaders to reach young men, is to invest more in the deconstruction of the beliefs that a lot of young men in America already have, that have them firmly on the right. I think that we've seen a major capitalization of social media, of the interests that are more typical of young men, like the gym, like cars, and many other things, for years now, in a way that we just simply haven't seen from the left, that has really given the right an upper hand to kind of convince young men of whatever they want to almost indoctrinate them into these subliminal biases or foundational core beliefs that are antithetical to the values of the left. And the biggest piece of advice for the Democrats, once again, would just be to start working on deconstructing that. You know, we need to be talking more about, you know, how maybe men are also hurt by toxic masculinity. You're not just hurting women, you're hurting yourself, because now you've isolated yourself from anybody who could ever possibly love you because you're an asshole to them. How, you know, it's just a complete and total lie that the left wants to take all your money in taxation and then give it to, you know, low-income Americans to waste away in squalor while they watch TV until midnight, and how social safety nets actually are beneficial, not just to low-income Americans, but to everybody, so on and so forth.
Last question to you, and thank you for your time, by the way. I really enjoyed the conversation. I really appreciate it. Let me ask you this question. Last question. Is there one candidate, one, within the Democratic Party that you can point to, that you absolutely positively not just want, but firmly believes can beat any GOP candidate out there for the presidency of the United States?
I think that's a very complex question, because when we're talking about beating somebody, it's not just what policies are they running on or what they like to talk about. It's, you know, what they can convince the people of. I'm going to be honest here, Stephen. From my perspective, it's a little bit too early for me to put all my eggs in one basket. But what I will say, God, when I listen to AOC talk, you know, there's just this feeling that I haven't gotten since Obama. When I listen to AOC talk, when I listen to people like James Tallarico talk, you know, there's this feeling that I just haven't gotten for so long of intellect, of high levels of education, of a legitimate care for other people.
I'm not questioning that, Dean.
Great people.
I'm not questioning that, Dean, but I am worried about I don't want to call it socialism all the way, but certainly some of the things that they're saying. I mean, come on, Dean. You got to admit that. I mean, they're not traditional Democratic operatives. Are you willing to admit that?
Well, I mean, traditional Democratic operatives lost the last election to a 34-count felon held civilly liable for rape. So I think it's time we start progressing the party.
Well, whose fault was that? Isn't that the Democratic voters in this country? Nearly 75 million people went to the poll. How come you didn't make sure it was over 77?
Well, you asked me whose fault it is that the Democrats lost last election. We actually had a conversation about that earlier. I told you I think it's a mix mash of people like Trump and his and convincing him of convincing the people about him being better for the economy, and lack of culpability for Biden not stepping down earlier. But listen, I think what we're seeing now with this whole socialism scare is a whole lot like the Red Scare of McCarthyism. I'm not a socialist. I'm not a communist. I'm actually, on the foundational level, I'm a capitalist. I think that there's a way we could practice capitalism that is benevolent. Okay, I'm a social democrat. But at the same time, you know, there's no socialist in any public office anywhere in America that's turning around and saying that they want to take your rights away from the ownership of the privatized means of production. I mean, look at Zoran Mamdani, somebody who proudly calls himself a socialist.
I was getting ready to bring him up.
Yeah, somebody who proudly calls himself a socialist is a working social democrat within the American political system. Okay. Because right now there just simply is no room for socialism as it stands. It's not something the people support, and that's not something that 99% of the Congress supports.
Dean Withers, I would love to continue this conversation, but I got to get ready to go. I want you to know you're welcome back on the show anytime. I really enjoyed the conversation, getting to know you a little bit. Thank you so much for coming on the show, and you're welcome back anytime. And you're welcome to sit up there and check in and correct me anytime you want or whatever. You're smart as a whip, my man. I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much.
You have a good rest of your night, man.
You do the same. Dean Withers, right here with Straight Shooter with Stephen A. Love the conversation.
Thank you, Dean. That was great. That was awesome.
Stuff to discuss, and we certainly will.
Am I off?
After we talk to Governor Westmore.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're clear.
Appreciate the time. All right, we're looking forward to having you back.
Back with more.
All right, you guys take care.
All right, keep doing it.
All right. Woo! All right, folks. Hello, hello, hello. We are done with that. That was how did y'all like that? Well, welcome back, everybody. God damn, I locked in there. How's the lock in? You did amazing. Oh, thank you so much. Leave the hot mic. Hell yeah. You nailed that. Fuck yeah, dude. Wow. Right now we have close to 11,000 viewers on YouTube. That is crazy. I don't think. Oh, Parker's giving me a FaceTime. Yo.
Hey, bro. How you feeling after that?
Man, I'm feeling good. Did you watch it?
Yeah, I just watched it on TikTok.
What are your
I
thoughts?
was showing the TikTok people.
What are your thoughts on that?
I thought you did great, dude. You hit like every single point I wanted you to hit in there. There were points where I was like, you're a bit abrasive for like an ESPN audience, but like I thought it was like really good.
That was kind of the thought in my head. I definitely do think that I was much more abrasive than I probably should have been for that ESPN audience. Like definitely 110%, you know, but I think it's time that we start trying to radicalize the mainstream.
No, I think you did great. I think you did fantastic. I was really happy with everything. And I'd love to see what the response is.
Yeah, I wonder what the response will be. I mean, I think that, you know, the takeaway from a lot of people probably watching that at home, you know, the old moms, the old dads, the grandparents, and so on and so forth, they'll probably see me on their TV and they'll say, well, I don't know about that guy. He kind of seems a little out there, but you know what? That's all right.
I'll leave you to that. I was just going to call you to see kind of what your thoughts were on. You did fantastic, bro.
Appreciate you, man. I'm about to send you a massive raid on YouTube. We got 11,000 people in here, so be expecting the raid of your lifetime. You take care.
Alrighty, I'll see you, bro.
All right. There's a handful of people that send in very kind messages while I was up there. Like Joe, thank you for the $20. Who says you speak for so many of us across the world. Brave to step up. Have a good night, bro. You too, Joe. Thank you so much for the love. And then Courtney, thank you for the $10. Who says so proud of you, Dean. Thank you, Courtney. Over on Super Chat, thank you for the $20. AM, who says, I have no kids and I'm old enough to be your mom and I'm proud of you is if you were my kid. Oh, thank you so much, AM. Same thing to you, Yeekly. Thank you for the $10. Who says, yes, AOC Dean. Bro, she's great, man. Do not discount AOC. All right. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all so much for tuning in today. That was pretty crazy. I actually got a dinner I got to go ahead and jump off for. But somebody in the Discord said something that's pretty funny. They said the mention of AOC makes them quiver and shake in their boots. Could not have said it any better myself. Couldn't have said it any better myself. That is so true. You can just like watch them lose it the moment AOC was mentioned. But all right, folks, if you were in the mood for some debates, head over to @ParkerGetAJob on YouTube. He's going to be doing debates for the next 4 hours. And once again, for everybody that tuned in today, seriously, I appreciate you for being here. We have never had this high of a viewership, so that's crazy. Make sure to hit that subscription button on your way out. Appreciate all y'all for showing up. Peace and love, and good night and goodbye.